Did that work? Okay, YouTube guys, let me know if that worked. Does look like it has worked. Okay, cool. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, sorted. Oh my God, your boy's a genius. I say, we're a genius. Okay, back on the space. Lots to talk about, lots to speak about, lots of news. Lots of news. Let me just see if there's any more news since I've been away. I was keeping an eye on it. I'm going to read the whole Trump statement as well. This is crazy. And I know Larry's confident, but I don't know. I feel like Iran's always like averse to these things. Personally, I think Iran is, but let's see. Let's see on that. Let me read the Trump statement, and then we'll take it from there, and then that'll be a good segue to bring Andrew into the conversation, and we'll take it from there. Yeah, everyone, listen to this. Pin this one. Here we go. Okay, the Trump statement. Wow, it's long, bruv. Okay, countries from around the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States of America if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, the United States of America, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of the restricted waterways so they can freely and able to get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not even involved in this conflict, which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I've told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning, Middle Eastern time. Monday morning, Middle East time. What does that mean? So I guess he means Monday morning when it's Monday morning in the Middle East. So if it's Monday morning in terms of Middle East, Iran is 7.5 hours ahead of Eastern time, which would make it, yeah, in the basically you take that, it'd be like 6-7 before essentially what 5:30 a.m. 4:30 a.m. In America. This should be happening. I am fully aware that where's it gone? I am fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely wrong. Sorry, have not done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is purely a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the United States of America, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular the country of Iran. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of all those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months. If in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcibly. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Andrew, are you there?
Yep. Yeah, typing away on the channel. Yeah, absolutely.
Give us your thoughts. Give us your thoughts about what he's going to do, how he's going to be able to, use the Navy, use the destroyers to try and get the boats out. What's going to happen? What's your thoughts?
Yes, in fact, I was just typing this in the space here. you're back on your regular streaming space. Iran War Day 65 breakdown or war, folks. Please repost, share. Thank you, everyone. The YouTube warriors and the moral resistance. I love chatting with you all. Yeah, absolutely, Suleiman. Without a doubt, this joke, this clown show by Trump. He thinks he's on some kind of a game show or he's doing his little dealy wheelie insanity. But what I think he's really doing here is in his sick, twisted, demented mind with his Zionist, satanic, inspired Israel behind it, National Zionist Israel and his Zio machinery. What this is doing, I believe, one, bringing the U.S. back into a kinetic position, because he wants to go have some more fireworks. I know that. We know that. But also, I think what they want to do is, it's like a bully coming into a playground and you see innocent bystanders and they think, well, I'm going to bring in innocent bystanders and now put them into the works by what? We're going to help you. Come on, guys, get involved. And we're going to do a humanitarian mission. Go ahead. Captains, weigh anchor. That means bring your anchors that's come off the hook. We call it in the Navy, right? You want to bring in your anchor, bring your engines online, come ahead, all ahead, 1/3, make speed, come in, follow us. We're going to bring in escorts and we're going to get through here. We're going to let you through. Lies, lies, and lies. And thank God that the insurance companies and these companies that own these ships, the captains on these ships, they're merchant marines, highly trained merchant marines. They're going to say, kiss my ass, you idiot. They're not going to do it. And now I can only pray that United States naval officers, these commanders, they're captains, but by rank of these commanders, 05s, and some are 06s on those cruisers, right? But I pray to God they get that, if they get that order, proceed with fastest speed possible. Here's how it works. The commander would get the following op board. It would get an op board. It could even be an op immediate or flash president's message saying, proceed fastest speed to longitude, latitude, engage in humanitarian mission, Operation Freedom. I hope they say, kiss my ass. Take those orders, use them for toilet paper, flip off and say, bring me a helicopter and a ship and relieve me of my command. Kiss my ass, you freaking idiot. Do not follow those insane orders. So here's the thing, the Pentagon, any officer, and I think that I have absolutely no respect for Admiral Cooper whatsoever. I think he's a piece of shit. I think that absolutely that the Commander JC Joint Chiefs of Staff, they keep lifting up, praising Kane, and I'm sorry, Puncher, if you come up on the space, I love you and respect you, Puncher. You're a fighter pilot. I was just in submarines, but let me tell you, if you have respect for General Kane, you have respect for him. No, he is a freaking lapdog. And you say, no, he needs to stay in there to stand in there. No, he needs to make a statement saying, kiss my ass. And I use that strong language because this is no more where I can sit in the sidelines and say, oh, that's not good. No, we need to speak out. This is a complete joke. Trump is a clown. That won't work. And thank God Larry Johnson preceded me in speaking. The man, Larry Johnson, is a phenomenal, extremely intelligent man out of the CIA. And when someone comes out of the CIA like that, I interviewed with the CIA and was recruited to go in to the CIA. I wanted to be an analyst, but they wanted me to be a foreign correspondent. Long story, I won't go into my background on that. And I said, no, thanks. But the grueling process to work for the CIA, they told me that I needed at least a year. And I said, what are you talking about? I have TS compartmentalized clearances. I was a spook CT. I've got the highest clearance you can have. I'm a linguist, Look at my predator. And you know what? The CIA looked at me like, you're a piece of meat. You're going to go through our 1-year process. So when you hear Larry Johnson speak, he's not some yo-yo, some dude wearing his cool little Hawaiian shirt that Suleiman found. Hey, no, Larry Johnson is an incredibly intelligent. The vetting process that the CIA has to go through alone is astounding. Their level of intellect is incredible. And for that man, every time that man talks, I'm like, dang, he knows a lot. I cannot shine Larry Johnson's shoes. But thank God Larry Johnson preceded me in speaking, because Larry Johnson clearly, articulately laid out the insanity of the U.S. doing that mission. It won't work. And Larry didn't even go in depth on the asymmetrical underwater sea. That's my area more of expertise in the Navy, is undersea warfare, which I spent most of my naval career in. But the Iranians, they've got the undersea game worked out. And let's see, if I were Iranian IDF, I would say if the United States were stupid enough to send in a surface force to come in and escort, I would say, let's see, am I going to use 10 different asymmetrical submerged assets? Let's go that route. I've got my minds working here. Let's hit them with some. There's 25 ways. Correction, I'm sorry. No, there's 37 ways, 37, write it down, take notes, listeners. There's 37 ways that the Iranians could decimate any naval force coming into the strait. You have 22 nautical miles, and 22 nautical miles of naval warfare, honestly, is like you in your bathtub. You are in your bathtub playing with little floating boats. You can decimate targets easily in that 22 nautical miles. So it's insane. I think Trump's little plan is his little game to bring us into kinetic war. I think and pray and hope that anyone could have any, and I'm speaking to all military officers, NCOs out there, retired active duty, you have to now come into a moral obligation here. Are you going to continue following this clown and as your commander-in-chief? Are you going to continue this Hegseth, this little corporal, or are you going to stand up, get some balls, let's say this, steel up, be a man or woman of moral courage and say, no, this is not the America we know. This is not the United States of America where we're going to go die for Bibi Netanyahu and those rabid Zionist bloodthirsty psychopaths. No, kiss my ass. Learn how to say this. Kiss my ass. And I'm angry because it angers me to see how America, my country that I love, that I would die for, is now brought into open shame, into derision, just like National Zionist Israel. Suleiman, I love the interviews. Your ability to question and ask is astounding. You and Larry Johnson are great together, and also Dimitri had a great one. I agree with you 100%, Suleiman. No, Iran should not. This is not a good deal for Iran. The nuclear option alone, enrichment, and I disagree with Dimitri on that. No, Iran never should agree to any nuclear deals. No, they are a sovereign nation. They should have, I believe Iran should have every nuke that's available to their hands. We wouldn't be in this position if Iran could wipe Israel and the United States off the face of the map if they had nuclear weapons, because then the United States would treat them with respect and mutual assured destruction. And I'll go ahead and land it here. I'm sorry I'm so fired up, but that thing with Larry Johnson got me fired up with your interview, Suleiman. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Really, really do appreciate you and value you as well. I mean, you would be part of the moral resistance if you weren't part of Beatrix's crew. So as long as you disavow her, you're sorted.
100%. Could I ask Andrew a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew, do you really think Dean Cain would ever do that? Because I recently looked into his history after the Tucker show.
Talk to me, brother. You're the man.
Which Tucker wasn't 100% right. He was close, though. But Dean Cain is the guy who, on 9/11, was in charge of the air above Washington, D.C. Okay? He sent his crew to Pennsylvania on a goose chase, which they already knew the plane was on the way down, and the Pentagon was hit, right? And then he gets a promotion right after that. When I ask, "Is this normal? Is there something out of the norm here?" He said 100% on every single AI. Said, yeah, he would be the first person ever pulled out of retirement to go be chief of go work for the White House, right?
Right. Yep.
And the paths that he skipped on his promotion, but not just him, the other two pilots, right? Because although Dean Cain was a pilot, he really was an air commander, which I didn't know they did. They have like a guy in air that's making decisions, and the other two pilots were just taking orders from him. Um, 9/11, he basically either screwed the pooch or made it able to happen, one or the other. And then he gets this like wild promotion, and so do the other two wingmen. And the other person retired after it. She left that business. She left her position right afterwards. Um, and because there was four in total, including him in the air. Um, I mean, how does someone screw the pooch and then get promoted like that, and then be the first person ever to increase rank so quickly after a mess up, and then also the first person ever in the military to be pulled out of retirement in regards to the warehouse? This guy is a lapdog. He's not going to stand up to anything. He's never going to push back. He's just that's why I think Trump loved. I love Raising Cane. I think that's why, because he knows he's a lapdog.
Joe, I did not have that information. I heard something briefly about that, but don't have the details. You are the researcher extraordinaire. I did not know that, but you just confirmed 150% what I've always known and what I do know about him. You're absolutely correct. I'm going to say this real briefly. I've seen this happen before. It happened in 95 shortly, I think it was 95, 96, when an admiral, and I'm not going to go into the names in his background, was deep selected. He was jumped over 7 or 8 extraordinary admirals by Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton put a piece of shit in as the chief of naval operations. And I was like, what in the hell just happened? I spoke with a great man, a 4-star admiral whom I personally knew. In fact, he had set my son up to go in the Naval Academy. Everything was set. And I was like, what the hell happened? And this is what I was told. Oh, stand by. This shit's going to hit the fan, right? It was a few months later, this admiral was he was released on how he had been such a piece of shit doing some terrible things. It was released to the press. CNN got it. They said, hey, we got some disturbing things about your past. He went home at the Navy Yard. I was in Washington, D.C., right? In the Navy Yard, there's up in Washington, D.C., it's where his residence was. He, from Chief of Naval Operations, he went home and walked in his backyard and killed himself. Took care of it. He took the honorable way out. He took his life. Because why? He knew that he was a piece of shit. So now why did Bill Clinton choose him? The same reason Trump chose Cain. He is a lapdog. A lapdog is a yes man. They will jump, they will twist, they'll hop around and do exactly what they're told. They're freaking spineless. They have no moral courage. They're a piece of shit. And that's why, Puncher, if you come up in the space, I don't have, I'm going to unload, because what made in my career, I would literally I would go toe to toe with an admiral. I was only in 03 a lieutenant, and I went toe to toe with a 2-star because I said, no, this is wrong, sir. I won't stand for that. And that same admiral literally handpicked me to go on his staff. My point is making a real leader will stand up. A real leader, like what I should do. If I was, and there, I'll do the same thing that Admiral Retcher did. I would say, hell no. I would do the same thing that the great 4-star admiral, his name is, look him up. I would love to talk to him, is Alvin, Halsey at CENTCOM. Admiral Halsey said, kiss my ass. And he literally took his 4 stars off in a highly sought position as CENTCOM and said, kiss my ass, Trump, you piece of shit, and told Hegseth to kiss his ass. And he retired. He gave away millions of dollars in contracts and lucrative jobs positions. He doesn't care. And that's what Cain should do. And someone said, no, Cain should stay in his position so he can resist. He's not resisting. He's going along. So I'm glad you brought that up, Joe. And that any admiral Any I'll say any '05 and above, any NCO, you NCOs, you E9s, E8s, even you E7s, you better start speaking up. You better start saying what the hell is going on. If you don't, you're going to be held accountable for this someday. You will be.
Yeah, just very strange, this whole 9/11 connection, and I was quite surprised. And the way Tucker positioned is that there was three pilots sent up, and they were all promoted to general. That's not exactly what happened. The guy in charge of the other pilots got this promotion. That was Dean Kane. The other who followed his orders also got promotions, but not one did make lieutenant general. The other one, I forget what position he made. And the woman retired and wrote a book and went on a speaking tour, basically.
Yeah, these like real evil, weak despots like Trump, that they're excrement. They don't even. I don't even. They look. They have to have these lackeys, these lapdogs. They have to have them as in their leadership. Why? Because a real man. Joe, let me ask you a question. I know that Suleiman. I've heard you hours and hours. I've logged well over the level, pretty close to a degree, associate's degree in college, to listening to you and Suleiman Gohan and Simon and the great learning I've had from this space. But let me ask you a question, Joa. And if Suleiman asked you, hey, Joa, I want you, when I tell you to jump, I don't care, even if you know
Andrew,
it's
you're
more.
back in the moral resistance now.
Oh, no. Yes. I got it. Hold on, Betty, I got back in. Suleiman put me back in. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you didn't mention Beatrix, you see, so that's perfect. She definitely won't give you a university level education.
wait, Suleiman, I can't say anything because Beatrice, you never know when she's listening, sir. She might even be listening right now. She might be listening now. That's the only thing. That's what's scary. Beatrice, my dear Beatrice, could be listening. And but no, if it'd be like this, Suleiman. You know what I'm saying with Joa? Joa, I've heard Joa so many times. Well, he'll buck you.
Andrew,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Go ahead, brother.
I can give you an example. I mean, look, I was a consultant to Fortune 500 companies for a very long time, right? In
I know you were.
innovation and marketing, right?
I know you were, sir.
And the number one thing I would have to warn them of always is I am going to push back. Anyone who has an ego is going to have their ego hurt if they come in the room with an ego. Know that we're both pushing for the better and we're going to come out of this with a better solution at the end. But I have to ask the hard questions or else we're not going to get ahead. And I would always have to caveat with that because I push back, right? And Solomon knows, I mean, we've butted heads before, right? And you learn to, hey, we're just trying to get at the truth. Um, and then we both like each other because we know we're both just trying to get at the truth, even if we disagree with each other. And that's the way it's supposed to be, right? And that's what a leader is. If someone's just a yes man, then he's not doing anything. You can go hire an HB1 if you want a yes man, right? You don't have to go hire some guy and pull him out of retirement to be a yes man. Anyone can be a yes man.
Yeah, exactly. I heard you one time. In fact, I was like, oh, shut up, Joe. And I said, Jonah, Joe. No. But Suleiman, it pissed me off because I heard Suleiman say, well, yeah, well, that, okay, explain it. I'm like, why would you let Joe? I mean, and then I understood where you were going with what you were leaning on. And even my dear Beatrice, who I would vote for any day of the week, Beatrice was even, all right, Jonah, let's hear it. And, in other words, if we didn't have this open dialogue, we would be one of those other echo chambers, literally an echo chamber. And exactly, brother. And that's where we're going with this, man.
And what's funny, Andrew, is most of the heat I get is for things that I don't even personally believe, but I just want to play the contrary to see where it would lead, to see if there's something I'm not seeing. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
just pick a different angle and play it out. That's what good researchers do. And those are actually
Exactly.
the things I get the most heat for. But I want to see where it goes because that's how you figure things out. By the way, guys, I don't know why Bitcoin is being extra volatile at the moment, not in a very small range, but even right before the announcement. That's why I came on. I saw that something must have happened because of I looked at the chart. Um, and it's like a war of people who think this is a good thing and people who think this is a bad thing. And it just keeps bouncing back and forth with pretty decent volume. It's quite weird. Normally the market moves in one direction, and this has a very you know, people going back and forth on what this means.
But what does that mean then?
No, it
I'm
just
not
means
sure.
that some people think this is a good thing and some people think this is a bad thing. I just don't know which one's which, right?
This, you meaning
But
you
they
meaning
believe
the
it's
war.
strong.
You mean you
Yeah,
say
yeah.
this? Yeah, you're talking about the war and everything we're talking. Yeah, right.
Trump's announcement. Yeah.
Yeah, that back and forth shows you, I think, exactly what we're looking at in this no longer a chess game. Who was it? One of Suleiman's interviews said, "We're not playing chess anymore. We're playing we're playing a squash. We're in a game of a squash match. It's happening so fast. Things are moving so fast." One of his interviews said that.
But you can see that, isn't it, Joe? Because if you look at, like, when we speak to Larry Johnson thinks, well, the US tries it, Iran's definitely going to hit them. I'm not sure, you know. I feel like Iran's like China in a lot of ways, like they're very averse to confrontation unless they're forced to do so. I'm not sure they'll actually hit. Do you know what I mean?
But why would I mean? Look, why wouldn't they though? If they do want to charge a toll, right? I mean, look, it's a hell of. This is stupid because it's a hell of a lot more expensive to have a U.S. military escort than it is to pay the toll. Right? That's why this doesn't make sense. And if you really think it through, I think Trump wants to be attacked, right? Because otherwise, you would just pay the toll, and that's actually cheaper than having these ships escort ships through the strait. That's absolutely insane. And the reason why that's insane is because you can't maintain that, right? So, do they let these ships out that's are stuck? Um, Sure, let's say they're American ships. Maybe Iran would be smart not to attack those. But then if they start doing it to every ship, then then there's a problem, right? So I don't know because it's not something America can keep up at all.
No, but isn't
eh,
the claim that it's just the ones that are there?
yeah, but which of who? The ones that are there for who? Right? American flagships, like ships that are coming to America,
There is
ships
no
that are going
American
to
flag
Europe.
ships. He said it's for neutral ships. Any
Yeah, the
non-Iranian
neutral
ship.
ones. The neutral ones, Joe. That's why he wants to pull this neutral ships in there. Hey, come on, guys. I'm going to get you out of here.
So Trump is going to spend millions to go help ships going to Asia and to which would gladly pay the toll. The ones that can't pay the toll are the ones for Europe. So Trump, who's always against Europe, now wants to go spend hundreds of millions to go escort ships headed for Europe. Make it make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
He wants it to get kinetic,
Yeah, I agree.
but he knows if he attacks, he's going to have a serious issue. And I think he's hoping they attack, which is insane because you're putting U.S. military soldiers' lives at risk, knowingly so, that they're going to be attacked. In a situation where they can easily be
Do you think?
overpowered,
No, do continue, sorry, Joe.
and in a situation where they could be easily overpowered, it's like saying, "Hey, troops, go into this house. We know every room is booby trapped 12 different ways, but go ahead, go in." Like this is basically what Trump is doing and playing chicken with American soldiers' lives.
Exactly, and that's why I'm so damn mad about this whole thing.
Do you think Iran attacks though?
I think they do, but I think the smart thing would be for them not to. But only because America can't keep it up for long. But I
But that
think they
means they
do.
no longer have control of the strait.
Yeah. Well,
That's huge. You're
well,
basically giving
no,
away your only card.
you're not, because you can't have American ships transport every ship that goes through. Right? Like it's financially impossible. Do you see what I mean? It would not be something that would last a very long time. Problem is the
How
pressure
long?
has
How
built.
long
The
could the
pressure
US?
has built.
How long could they do it for?
I don't know. I haven't done the math on that, but um, the issue is the pressure that has mounted because of the oil prices. They would probably lose that, and that's something Iran really can't afford to lose, and that's why I think they would attack.
Yeah, Iran
You know
would
what I
Say
have
that
to.
again.
Go ahead, Sully. Sorry.
But they're
Say
not
that.
going to be able to. They're not escorting like 120 ships through. You know what I mean? Which is what you would. I think what you would need for to get the oil back up to a
No,
decent
no, no.
level.
He's not. This is not what he said. He said just the ones that are stranded. Those are the ones that are going to be escorted out. So how many is that? Like 50 or something? How many are stranded?
But, but what do they mean by stranded?
The ships that are there, but they're not being able to get out the Strait of Hormuz because they're not paying the toll.
Okay, but they're not paying because they can't, or because they refuse to remove the Israeli ambassadors from their country.
That one I don't know. I don't know if it's some of them refuse or it's because they can't pay or what it is. I don't know the reasoning for that. Some of them will be Gulf State ones that. Because I wrote about the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, but I actually didn't look at the ones that are stranded there. Right now, like ships to China, Japan, India, Asia, a lot of those ships are going out. So you're basically, if you just do a process of elimination, the only ships that are now going out is Gulf State and Europe, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it's for Europe, and that doesn't make
And the
sense
Gulf.
from. Well, it's not going to the Gulf,
From the Gulf.
right? So
From the Gulf.
yeah, it could be from the Gulf. I mean, but it could be for any. Either way, it's going to Europe more than likely,
Yeah,
right? Is this?
most likely Europe, because they're either NATO, Europe aligned, but they're the ones that have been literally locked down there probably for the duration. They've been at anchor, the duration.
Mhm. So, yeah, I don't know. It depends on which ones you're doing, but I think Iran does attack simply because then they lose the pressure. They lose the time pressure, basically, that is on right now, the pressure valve, because of the oil prices, which I expect oil prices to drop today based on this news.
They've dropped.
Has the market's already started trading, right?
Yeah, they've dropped below 100.
Okay, yeah.
Why would it drop according to this news? Why would it not increase?
Because that means Trump is going to escort oil out of the region. That's why,
Crazy.
and people believe it.
Can I jump in quick?
So the market believes that he's going to succeed then, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Because if he wasn't, if the market thought that this was going to go kinetic, as per what me and Larry were speaking about, the oil prices should have shot up, right?
No, because nothing changed, right? If he's wrong and Iran hits ships, that doesn't make the oil price go up because you still have no oil coming out. Like you still have the same amount of oil coming out of there, no more, no less,
No,
right?
but the war's going kinetic again. As soon as the war goes kinetic, I presume the oil prices will fly up again.
I don't know. I think people are just watching oil flow much more closely than they are watching the kinetic or not kinetic.
Andy?
I think if it goes kinetic, it scales up, and in a weird, twisted way, I honestly hope Trump's stupid enough to do this. I think the man needs to be humbled, as devastating as it would be to see. I think the MAGA cult needs to be brought to its knees, and I think all of these idiot influencers who are hyping this up as a good idea need to be humbled. So I want to see Trump f around and find out, as bad as this would be to see, because I want to see Iran put Trump in his place. I truly do. I want to see Trump and all of his delusions of grandeur, despite everyone saying, "Hey, this is a stupid idea," I want to see him actually try something this dumb. I truly do. I want to see this idiot get his ass handed to him. Sorry for the language, but yeah, he'll probably taco out as he always does. He issues a brave threat, and he's getting his wish. Oh, we're gonna open the strait, and then the oil prices drop. He's just trying to buy time for his fake negotiations, and he's gonna taco out because he knows it's unfeasible. If this was something that would have worked, why didn't he do this at the beginning of March when Iran closed the strait? He didn't do it because it cannot work. They ran the Millennium Challenge in 2002 and it failed. Iran didn't have Shahed drones then. It didn't have these advanced ballistic missiles or mini subs back then. In 2002, they were able to close the strait with fast attack speedboats and some cruise missiles. Now they're way more advanced, so there is no way you can force the strait open with some destroyers. They were able to hit our aircraft carriers and destroyers from hundreds of miles away. If you're going into an enclosed strait, good luck to our ships. It's going to be an absolute disaster, and then there's going to be hostages. So I cannot imagine that he's actually stupid enough to do this. He backed off the whole power plants and bridge day because he knew that would lead to the Gulf oil getting destroyed. And he's going to back off of this because he knows it will lead to our ships getting destroyed.
Yeah, I personally think that this is what my prediction. I think Trump sends a destroyer, they take one ship out, Iran doesn't do anything. He uses this as headlines, and maybe you get maybe one or two more. I don't think Iran responds. I think that's why the oil prices are dropping actually. But I don't think there'd be a huge amount that get out.
I think if they do it, Iran needs to respond and put that thing in the bottom of the ocean. And if Iran doesn't respond, it's a huge miscalculation. I'd be
Yeah,
very.
I'm saying I don't think they will. Joe, what do you think?
I think they will, but I'm opposite on. I don't think they should.
No,
I
I
think
think
they
I
will
think they
because
won't. I think they won't. I think if you remember when Trump did the whole like we're boarding on those 2-3 ships and they hit the headlines, and then literally after that they never really boarded anymore, and they've not really
Mhm.
stopped any more ships. I think the same thing may happen where he takes out one or two, hits the headlines, Iran doesn't hit, and then it's over. Like I think that's what's gonna happen.
With it, is anyone very familiar with the drone technology? If they hit the ship, but they don't hit the crew, the what do you call it? The American naval ships, escort. If it doesn't hit the escort, but actually hits the transport ship, how's America position that? They can't position it because they have the underwater drones. Can the drones drive around like a warship and hit the other ship inside?
Oh yeah, those things are extraordinary. And Larry didn't even go into details about the torpedo technology they have, which they got from the Russians, which and their wake calming stuff is insane. What they can do with those torpedoes, yeah, they can do extraordinary things.
Because what does Trump do? Um, what does Trump do if it doesn't hit an American Navy ship and it actually hits the merchant ship?
It's a good point.
Because then Iran did not strike America.
That's right.
Iran enforced its closure of the border, or closure of the strait.
It's a great point.
That would be the smartest move they could make.
I agree.
Say that again. What would be the smartest move?
If they had the drone hit the merchant ship and not the American Navy vessels.
Yeah, Sully, what that's a great point because I agree. You know what I'm saying, Sully? It's like, hey, there you go, America. You can't defend our ship. We just got hit, and not even sink the tanker, but disable it or scare the hell out of the crew. Even hit a drone in maybe the wheelhouse, maybe take out the pilot and the steerage way, and they have to emergency stop, and bring in firefighters, and oh my god, it'll still shut it down. But they never hit an American warship.
That's really smart, Joe. I agree. Here's a statement from Iran's parliament, Ibrahim Azizi. He says, any American interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. So there was no ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf will not be managed by Trump's delusional post. No one would believe blame game scenarios.
So that sounds like they're trying to say, "Oh, Trump's gonna if we retaliate, Trump's gonna use that as a pretext for war." That's what I think blame game scenarios means.
Yeah, it does, Andy. So what do you mean? Is he trying to say that he's gonna hit the Americans irrespective of blame game?
Yeah, if they go into the strait, I think that's basically saying like, "This is on you. You're going into our waters. Don't try to blame this one on us. You chose this path."
Yeah, Solomon, I keep playing this out. If they hit the merchant ship, even if US is like, okay, next one, who's going to go with them Do you know what I mean? Like it is honestly the smartest move. Is you hit the merchant ship, no other merchant ship is going to go, right? Regardless if the United States is there, and there goes the end of Trump's strategy.
I 100% agree with you. That's why as soon as you said it, I was like, smart point. That would be the best move to make. Because I know Iran, they don't. I know people are saying this, but I know they're not going to do anything. Like I know what their whole psychology is being like, if you hit us, then we'll hit you. You hit us directly, then we'll hit you. Like this has always been Iran's psychology. And so to have a scenario where they'll be like, oh, guess what? Now you're in the Hormuz, we're gonna hit you and escalate this war into kinetic again. Iran just won't do it. And this is why when Larry Johnson and a few others were saying it, I was like, nah, I don't think they'll do it personally. I think they're just allowed them to get through. So I think your point is a really smart one. So if they're smart, they'll do what you're saying. If they don't think of that, then they're just gonna let it through.
I guess we find out tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it could just
That's
be
it.
another taco. That's the most likely outcome with Trump these days.
But what's the benefit of the taco? He's announced it today. Like, why would you announce like a 12-hour taco? What, to get the oil prices below 100 for a bit?
I guess, like, I mean, it's Trump. You can't really know the method to that guy's madness. It just seems like he's stalling and stalling and stalling. But I mean, it doesn't matter if the strait doesn't open. You're not gonna blow the strait open, even if you bring in 12 destroyers. Like, the more destroyers you bring in, that's just more targets for Iran. So it's the whole thing's. I do think he's gonna bring in one to test them. And if Iran doesn't sink it, I think they're stupid. Or at the minimum, they just have to hit the merchant ships. Because, as Joe has said, that actually is the smart strategy, because if you hit the merchant ships, you enforce the closure, and you basically say, hey, Trump can post all he wants, but he doesn't have the military force to block up to back up the escorts. So yeah, if Trump actually does it. I mean, Trump's done a lot of 48-hour tacos where he announces something on Sunday night and then he backs out Tuesday night. So we'll actually see what happens. But I mean, does he mean Monday, or does he mean Monday now or Monday Iran time? Because it's already Monday in Iran, so he could be technically starting this at any moment.
U.S. Andy, he's talking U.S. time.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, so we'll
No,
see.
it was Iran time. He said Middle Eastern time.
Th-
So
Oh, I thought he
then-
meant. Oh, I thought he meant East U.S. I'm sorry, Suleiman. I missed that.
yeah,
Okay.
Middle East time, but he said the morning. So that's like, I was saying to Larry, I think that's like 4:30 a.m. American time.
Oh,
By
okay.
4:30
Right.
a.m. American time, this should already happened. Morning could be like anytime 1:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. American time.
Yeah, so we're gonna be up, and then we'll see what happens if he ends up tackling. If he goes all of Monday and this doesn't happen, then it's probably
Yeah, I don't agree with this idea that Trump is crazy. And just on this, Joe, to your thing, you think what's the motive why he's doing this, Joe?
I think he wants to keep the oil prices controlled to a degree, and so that's what he's telling the market. I don't think he's because like if you remember in the beginning, I go, he doesn't want this open, right? He wants this pressure. He wants to put pressure on the banking, but he can't have it go out of hand either, because then he has something he can't fix, right, on his hands. And I think this is just PR posturing for the markets, because this makes zero sense as something that would work. But he can't have the contracts go above 115 again, which they were very close to right before the weekend. So this is going to drive the price down, because now America's going to escort ships supposedly, until they don't, and then oil starts back up again, and then people get very tired of all this volatility, which winds up helping him a bit. But if you saw from the last announcement that there was a ceasefire deal, it went all the way down into the high 80s, and it took a good week and a half to go back up to 110. The market doesn't move as fast as it's not like, this is a fix, that fix didn't work. That doesn't mean you go right back to the price that it was at before. There's going to be fatigue in trading this market, and I kind of feel like that's what he's playing on.
That makes sense. So he's just doing it to keep the market of oil down, even if this ends up not working tomorrow, or even if it takes a bit of time, that at least keeps the prices down, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's no way they think this is a solution. I mean, economically, it's more expensive.
Bro, the taco's already happened, it seems like. This can't be right. Oh my god, I need to tweet this out, it's hilarious. So it says Project Freedom will not include escort by US ships, US warships. Instead, it will be a coordination effort between insurance companies, countries, and shipping companies to move traffic. Wall Street Journal claims, citing a US official. That makes no sense.
No, none. So who's escorting it?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Insurance companies have ships that are going to escort it. Like, make it make sense.
That makes zero sense. It makes zero sense. I'm not going to tweet that out because it's so dumb.
I should. Okay. He just put that out.
This is according to Wall Street Journal. No, it wasn't Trump who said it. It was the
okay.
Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal citing an unnamed US official.
Okay. I was about to place a short order right now, but if it's Wall Street Journal, if it's Wall Street Journal, then no.
Silva.
Hey, Ohio gozaimasu, Suleiman. Thank you for the mic. Joa, salute to our veterans. Andrew, anybody else that's listening. I'm going to do my thing, and I got some comments to make after that. Here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'm going to read a quote from Julian Assange. Every time we witness an injustice and do not act, we train our character to be passive in its presence and thereby eventually lose all ability to defend ourselves and those we love. Hey, Suleiman, your Substack worked great. I was in there watching it and listening. It was great, man. I'm glad to see you on there pumping Substack. So everybody, make sure you subscribe to Suleiman's Substack because he's going to start exploring on that platform. But I want to say something about the ships. It's funny that they're using the command destroyers because on board those ships, the commanding officer is only an E05, a commander. The cruisers have a full bird captain, and I don't hear any mention of those ships. I'm sure they're out there because they're part of the battle group. But it's funny that they choose the destroyers because those 05 commanders are jockeying for full bird captain promotions. So hopefully they put their crew and their life ahead of their promotion and do not obey those orders. Silver Sailor out.
That's what Silver Sailor. Joa, I don't know if you mentioned this because I was grabbing something while you were explaining your 9/11 theory. But someone messaged me just now and said Dan Kane also worked for the Kushner family at Thrive Capital. Did you mention that?
No, I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't see that. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm telling you, this guy is like, he's part of the system. Let's say part of covert things.
Yeah. Uncommon, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? And actually, the main reason I wanted to come up was to talk about the Dan Kane stuff. Not necessarily so much that I have all the answers on it, but I did want to ask, I guess, Joa for more direct, I guess, statements about what he had found. So because, and actually, I think it would be really interesting to get Ryan Dawson's opinion on this. I'm sure the people that are familiar with him know he's like probably the most, I mean, his work on 9/11, I think, is the best in general. And if you haven't ever seen it, go check it out. It's very thorough. But anyway, the reason I guess we should start with why is it interesting that because we're not even, I think, really explaining the point of why it's interesting in the first place, that he's one of the pilots that would be in charge of shooting down the planes. And the reason of that is interesting is because obviously none of the planes were shot down. And I think a lot of people will say that the military had plenty of time to react to at least the last one. Obviously, we know Shanksville was taken out, I guess, from the people inside. And you get a lot of weird theories and stuff about 9/11. I don't want to go off the rails, but the point is the reason that it's interesting is that the like I and maybe you can allude more to this, Joa, but I think the thinking is the reason he wouldn't have shot down the last plane is because he basically was stalling because they wanted it to happen, right? For more effect
Yeah,
for
I
the
mean,
operation.
look, that's my feel. I don't talk about it much because I mean that's my feeling. But I don't have proof to that, so I typically don't bring it up. But that's, I mean, that's what my gut tells me is if this was an inside job, you would need to have. I mean, you had Rumsfeld, who was training the airplanes that day, doing an exercise of exactly what happened that day, right? Which is, you know, quite strange. Same thing happened with the London underground bombing. And there's two other times that that's happened historically. So, you know, a coincidence is one thing. When it's a pattern, you know, that's not coincidence anymore. But on that day, you would need someone in the Air Force to, you know, you had Rumsfeld say planes weren't allowed in the air that they were going to be doing an exercise. And then once you do get planes in the air, then how do you make sure they don't stop the mission? Right. Well, I think D. Kane would have been the guy to make sure they didn't stop the mission to hit the buildings. Um, and that's what it seems like. Because how do you get a promotion like he got after a failure like he had? Doesn't make sense. I don't think the
Yeah, and
military
we should.
typically in the
Oh, go ahead.
typically in the business of promoting people who fail on missions.
Well, we should clarify, like, because I do think we want to be specific here. When you say, I think it's a little, maybe it's a little too extreme to say Kane's the reason why planes hit the buildings, because you were saying he's in charge of the area over DC, right? So,
Right.
but I think it would be fair to say that he might have been responsible for why Flight 93 wasn't shot down, because that was the one that was
Well,
heading to the Capitol.
but both actually, from what my research tells me, is he did send those planes out there. But meanwhile, in the meantime, a plane hit the Pentagon. Right. And I didn't say he's responsible for why the planes hit the building. I said you would need someone responsible to allow the mission to continue, to not interfere. Right. So his only job was to make sure his people don't interfere. That would be my assumption.
Yeah,
Right.
and we should get Dawson's opinion on this, because I think, or maybe even Andrew can answer this, because this always comes up too, is like, what is the standard military protocol in terms of when you're supposed to shoot the plane down or not? Because this kind of got gray with Dick Cheney on, because I think, and you have to get it right, and that's why I don't want to get it wrong, but either the standard is they're supposed to be shot down unless you give an order not to, or they're not supposed to be shot down unless you give the order to shoot them down. Once you think you're dealing with a terrorist situation, I can't remember, but you have to get it right.
You always have to stay with the ROE, rule of engagement, and the last standing order given. And then you have, and it's with any fighter pilot, any commander on a ship, or any military commander who's in there, down to actual soldier with a gun in their hand. You have to know what the rule of engagement is. And then when it comes to, wow, we don't have a rule that specifically addresses this, then you've got to go with your gut call. And that comes down to that filter factor we called, when I was in the submarine world, we said you've got to go to the pucker factor. For example, when you use lethal force, when to pull the switch, when to do certain things, you have to make that gut call. All right, I know my rule of engagement is to do this. Do I see this? Yes or no? It's real simple. But then there's those gray areas. That's when you have to rely on your gut call there. And I'll leave it at that. It can get really complicated, but when in doubt, you got to pull a switch, is what we always used to say in the submarine world, right? In those gray areas. That can be anything from when do I hit the emergency main ballast tank blow to come up to the surface, or when do I, fire the shot to kill something, right? It comes down to that gut call. But you have ROEs, like those pilots would have had ROEs. If the does this, then you do this. But it's very clear those would have been shot out. They would have shot those out of there because they they crossed from what I had heard, and you're right, the other experts had come in. I mean, actual experts had come in and weigh on this, but yeah, it comes down to the ROE.
Yeah, and I guess we should leave it with it. I don't want to get bogged down on it, but I think we should leave it with if nothing else, it's very strange that obviously he was he was one of the people that was instructed to potentially shoot down a plane on 9/11. It was the last plane on 9/11, right? The fourth plane. It was 2 hours after the first plane hit. So they would have the most time to respond to that plane, and they didn't take it out. So you'd have to get back and I don't know. I once Tucker said it, that was the first time I knew it.
He was in the air. He was in what Tucker said was off. He was already in the air before the plane hit the Pentagon. Okay. And he wasn't just simply a pilot either, right? He was the one commanding all the pilots over Washington that day, right? So in air commander, I don't know if there's a difference or whatever position you would call it, but basically he is in a jet, but he's not the one going and attacking or doing any of the actual mission. He's just instructing people what to do, which I always thought was done from the ground. I'm actually kind of surprised they do it from the air. But yeah, he's the one who sent them to go to Pennsylvania, which they already knew that there was a struggle going on, and in the meantime, the Pentagon gets hit. So
you're saying that you think he, by looking at it time wise, he would have had enough time to prevent the plane from running into the Pentagon,
or at least got a shot at it. He was already in the air when that happened. And that I verified myself. The way Tucker says it, Tucker makes it seem like he was like in New York or in Pennsylvania and ran the mission. No, he was over Washington airspace after the very first plane.
Yeah, it's tough without knowing exact details, though. Like, how would they have known? I mean, you would think, would they know for sure that was one of the hijacked planes at that point? I mean, because they all happened within what, an hour and a half?
Yeah, but
it was nine, but still, but yes, I get what you're saying.
But
like what you're saying, regardless, it's there's something off.
The sequence was 2 planes on the World Trade Center, then the Pentagon, and then the one in Shanksville. Right? Am I correct? I believe that was the sequence.
Yeah, that's correct. I actually checked the times when you were talking about it. It's like 9 o'clock. Then they're about 30 minutes apart, like each one, like 9:30 or something like that.
Yeah, so he was in the air when the plane hit the Pentagon, over DC. So where were they? From the story that we're getting from Carlson, he had sent those planes to go intercept that Flight 93. So I guess he didn't think there was a danger over Washington, D.C., although there was still a plane in the air coming towards Washington, D.C. It's a very strange decision when you look at it. Because remember, all the planes were forced to be grounded. By the second plane that hit the World Trade Center, all planes were grounded.
And how soon afterwards was he promoted into what position?
Well, he was then sent into Iraq with a upgraded position. He I forget what it was that his mission did. Something pretty famous that was despicable. Um, I have to look it back up. I forget. I don't remember if it was the guys in the helicopter that were shooting at the civilians were part of his crew or what it was. I don't think it was that. I just remember it was something that was famous. That was one of his crew. And then he comes back and gets the promotion. And then he retires, and then he gets pulled out of retirement for this. Right? It's the first time someone gets pulled out of retirement. Right? For someone obviously very linked to missions tied to the Middle East. All right, and someone who possibly was in on the false flags. tied to the Middle East. So yeah, there's a lot of assumptions that could be made here, and I'm trying to just tell you fact, and I'm trying to clarify what to me is just gut, right? And just gut is, you know, I think if you on that day you needed someone in the air, because people would go in the air, that would divert attention so that the mission would be completed of hitting government buildings or hitting buildings or whatever it may be. That would have been the man, right? If you believe it wasn't an inside job, then he did his job and just had bad luck. If you believe it was an inside job, that would have been the guy that moved away the attention all of the other pilots so that they didn't interfere. It's one of those two options.
Yeah, I think we have enough evidence to know that there's too many things that don't add up, so I'll just leave it there. But back on this, so, but Suleiman, if you, so you really, your thinking is that even if Trump does this insane move of this exercise of bringing in to liberate these ships to bring them out, you don't think that Iran would do anything? And even if they did hit one of the tankers and everything stopped, that Iran would still not really do anything? I think they would definitely do something, Sully.
Yeah, I don't think they would, but what's interesting is I reread the statement again, and I think the Wall Street Journal article is right. And we're getting more confirmation. Trump isn't saying that he's going to send the destroyers to try and escort it. He's basically said he's not going to do anything. He's just saying that there's going to be a route and they should follow the new route.
Oh my God. Look, we can expect at least 10 more posts coming out from him, at least, between now and then. Probably he'll be tweeting all night, sending Truth Social posts all night long. Oh my God.
No, I think he's already tackled. I think he's not going to send no ships in. It's quite clear. It seems like what he's saying is like he's going to the clear is that there's going to be a number of countries coordinating in order to get these vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz, but not that there'll be any. And it seems like Iran may be involved as well. If you read his tweet again, it could be that Iran's actually saying, yeah, we're going to allow these out as well. So it's really strange, like what's going on. And because he says on that, he says, this is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of US, Middle Eastern countries, and in particular the country of Iran. So it sounds like, if you reread it, he's not going to send warships in. It sounds like Iran and the US, but then Iran's not come out with anything like usual, and this is why they always let Trump kind of say what he wants to say. But if you read this right, I guess if you reread it based on that context, it seems like he's trying to say Iran's involved in allowing those ships out. So I don't know what's going on there. Joe, what's your thoughts on that? Because we've been discussing it earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. You can read it multiple ways. I don't see, but he said escort, did he not? That they were going to escort ships?
He didn't read back again, because look, it says countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see. Have asked the United States of America if we could help free up their ships which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the US, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waters so they can freely and be able to get on with business again. Again, these are ships from the areas of the world that are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I've told my representatives to inform them we will use our best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, this is important. They said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe. So it sounds like one and done. Safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin on Monday, Middle Eastern time. I am fully aware that my representatives are having very positive conversations with Iran, and these discussions could lead to something very positive. The ship's movement is merely to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the US, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular, the country of Iran. He says that, but then he says something weird afterwards. He says, so there it sounds like Iran's coordinating with them. He says, many of these ships are running low on food and everything else is necessary for a large-scale crew to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of those countries who have been fighting so strenuously over the last month.
This is
In any way this humanitarian process interfered with, so this is the last bit, Joy. If any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately be dealt with forcibly. So that's the only bit that makes it sound like Iran's not involved. So it's a really confusing statement, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, if now that you read it and I really paid attention to every word, if you were in a hostage negotiation in a bank, right, you would say, hey guys, look, like at least let out the women and children, right? And that's what could have been what it could have happened here, right? They could have said, hey, look, the countries that aren't involved in this, they're fine. They'll pay a toll that they but next time if they go back, not now. You can't all of a sudden after they go in go, oh, if you want to get out, you got to pay a toll. You should let those countries out so you have goodwill, and that's something that in negotiations probably would have worked, right? And they could have been like, yeah, you're right. These ships came in, like now that they know they're a toll, they can decide whether to come back or not. Um, but they don't get held now if they have no involvement whatsoever. And that sounds like something Iran would actually agree to. Although I'm really curious what is on those ships.
But then what about the last sentence?
Repeat the last sentence.
If in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcibly.
Yeah, I mean that's Trump. Look, he's trying to make it seem. Listen to what he said. He said that they would guide the ships out of the strait. Right? What does that mean? America's guiding the ships out of the strait. Right? And he basically
It means
said
the route where there's no mines, apparently.
well, that wouldn't be America doing that. That would be Iran. Right? America doesn't know where the mines are, so that's BS. Right? That's just him trying to get points when he goes to the media and go, look what we did. This probably has nothing to do with America. It has to do with Iran. And he even tries to like please them by saying, and especially Iran, like the goodwill of especially Iran. Right? What's that have to do with the goodwill of America that ships are going to go through? Or the GCC countries?
Yeah, it's extremely confusing and troublesome because it leaves so many unanswered questions, especially the last line there.
Yeah, this is him trying to steal thunder away from Iran, trying to do the right thing of letting ships through that weren't involved in this and didn't know that there was going to be a toll place going forward.
Yeah, I agree. And if you were that commander, or I'm sorry, in this case, the captain, the sea captain, the captain of that ship, right, the merchant marine, would you take Trump's word or the IGRC's word to say, hey, you can go out now? I think I would listen to what Iran has to say, not what Trump says.
Yeah, 100%.
Trump told us, guys, and the insurance companies are going to do the same thing.
So I'm looking, and there's one Iranian official I mentioned who is saying that, this would be a violation. And that's the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian Parliament, Ibrahim Aziz. But that's the only person relaying that information. So it could be that that's not the position. And do you get what I mean? He might be saying that without knowing that this has been agreed upon.
Yeah, I think Iran
Exactly.
is actually doing the right thing, letting ships that aren't involved to go through that, aren't going to suffer a toll all of a sudden, surprise, unless they decide to come back. That would probably be the morally thing to do, and Iran has been pretty moral in this conflict, in this war. And it sounds like
It's so hard to
Trump
know.
is just trying to take the thunder away, trying to take credit for something he didn't do.
It's hard to know, but I do want to say one thing because Sully, did you have something? Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was the only thing I was gonna say was, wouldn't Iran come out? But actually, Iran's a bit slow when it comes to relaying information sometimes. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just want to say one thing about like deals, potential deals, what this means, and are people working behind the scenes. I think sometimes, and I know Simon's not here to defend himself, but I think a lot of people read into that stuff a little bit too much because when you start thinking that everything is controlled, then you take away some of your own power. And the reality is, I just think that the reality is, you know, humans are real, interest is real, things don't go as planned, people don't have complete knowledge. I mean, I think when you look at this war for what it is, it's you know, I think the truth is pretty straightforward. The United States went to this war because Israelis and Israel First Zionists and you know, in the executive branch talked them into doing it, and they did it. It went terribly, and now they're trying to figure out how to get out of it. I know there's a lot of people that will say, well, it's ushering in the Great Reset or it's ushering in, you know, the Great Taking or whatever, all these other economic things. I don't think it really, I think that's a possibility. Like, I think that I don't think it necessarily works. It's not that everything is coordinated. If you start believing that everything is coordinated and made, then you believe like nothing is real, and that's just not true. I mean, humans, things do happen. People make mistakes. Also, evil is not omnipotent. It can't know how everything is going to go. And but what is more likely is that we're going to get into a terrible situation with rising gas prices and, you know, starvation and these other things. And then people with bad and evil motives are going to use that to their advantage. And these policies that they have been trying to push, but they haven't been successful with, now maybe they will be successful. But that also works on the other side too. Sometimes they push too far and then they lose control or they lose power in different situations. So I just, I think people, it does drive me, it kind of drives me crazy when everybody's like, oh, everything's controlled. Iran, it's a show. Iran's already made a deal or this, that, and the other. Like, yeah, they're probably talking. And we know that that's what countries do when they're in the middle of wars. I mean, it also, it's not really a flex to say, yeah, this is going to end in a deal. Like, yeah, all wars are going to end at some point. But the question is how is it going to end and what's going to happen in the meantime? And I think, to me, it seems pretty. I think Larry Johnson said it well. The sides are too far apart. You know, the situation is, it's not, we're not in a situation, it seems like we're destined for some sort of escalation to keep happening. I just don't know what, if it's going to be, you know, I think it's, maybe it's more likely Trump will be regime change before the next Ayatollah, you know? So something's going to shift there, but that's just my last main 2 cents is not everything is not controlled. So stop taking away your own power. Because when you say that, you basically are saying there's no reason for you to be involved in politics because they've already planned everything out for you and they haven't. You know, what you can do does matter. Things do change, and things, obviously the plans are not going. If everything was under control, Iran would already be under control of the Zionists, but it's not. So it didn't go the way they thought it was going to go.
Well, just to Steelman the other side, what's your thoughts on the statement by, sorry, the 3-stage deal by the alleged 3-stage deal that Iran proposed to the United States of America that was reported by Al Jazeera?
Well, I mean, my first thought is it's not officially being reported by the IRGC or Iranian officials, right? So I don't know how much I would read into it.
So Iran came out and said it wasn't true, but
yeah,
when, I'll be honest with you, when I saw it initially, I was like, "What is going on here? Why would Iran kind of capitulate?" And then you know your thought does hit like, "Is Simon right?" Do you know what I mean? So I was good. It was good to hear them come out and say that's not true. Nuclear is not in there. But if something like that deal was to be agreed upon, I don't know, I'd have some serious questions because in there they're talking about normalizing with the Gulf states. Like, if the aim is to normalize with the Gulf states, like, we should know that because we shouldn't, like, for example, some of us have, like, really harmed, myself, I've harmed a lot of relationships, a lot of business opportunities in the Gulf, a lot of my friends in the Gulf who basically now, they've got beef with me and I'm from a number of those countries. If I knew Iran's going to be cool with them afterwards, as an example, I would like to know that beforehand. You know what I mean? And so I think it would be interesting to see if for me it matters on what kind of a deal happens at the end. If it is something that does seem like it was preordained, or whether it was something that was fought for, if that makes sense. So something like, for example, Iran keeping control of the Strait of Hormuz would be a good indicator that this was a legitimate, that this debunks the other theory. But if, for example, which was reported, and then when I interviewed a few Iranians, professors and journalists, they were open to the idea of the Gulf states sharing it. If the Gulf states share it, and this was Simon's argument, that in the end, the Gulf states will have some kind of percentage in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I do also tend to think that people that are Israel critical and maybe United States critical or critical of world Jewish power also tend to overestimate that Iran's ability to, they don't want to go all out. Like, I think you've said it well today, which is like, I don't know if Iran will respond to this, because it's like you said, they're kind of like China. I don't think they're like China, but you know what I'm saying. Like, but I get what you mean by that. I think, but yes, like,
no, but how are they different? How are they different?
Well, I think they're definitely more. But I get what you're saying. You're saying that
China's never been attacked. So if China was to be attacked, then we'd know. Because I think if China was directly attacked, I think China would respond. You're saying they wouldn't respond.
I'm saying I don't know how they would respond, because they've never.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying.
And so we don't know if they are or not. But what we know is when it comes to China, whenever there's a situation, they're averse from fighting. But the question mark becomes, Iran's like that as well. The only difference is that Iran, when they were directly attacked, responded. Now the question is, we don't know about whether China would or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that line of thinking is not bad, but also you got to understand that that's actually I think in a way, we're so used to aggressive warlike behavior being normalized that the only attacking after you've been attacked is actually, I think, the general moral position.
So it is the moral position. There's no doubt. But the problem is you're dealing with immoral people, immoral countries.
I'm not disagreeing, but you also got to remember that when the Iran-Iraq war happened and Iraq was using chemical weapons, Iran never changed Iran never stooped to that level. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but we're more analytic type people. We're more pragmatic than maybe people that are in charge. And, I think Iran is obviously led by honorable people. I guess what I'm saying is, look, at the end of the day, if the United States had the political will to do it, they could annihilate Iran. They could nuclear it. I don't think they're going to do it, right? I think we've been through that a million times. But the Iranians have to know that. Like, if Iran and Israel decided they wanted to absolutely obliterate Iran, they could do it. If Iran decides they want to obliterate Israel, they might be able to do it. If they want to obliterate the United States, they physically can't do it. So, you always got to keep, I guess what I'm saying is, it's not really irrational for them to not want to get kinetic again either. And they have suffered a lot. Now, obviously, I think the United States has clearly suffered more, maybe not in casualties, but in terms of economic loss, and frankly, in terms of, just reputation, the reputation and the destruction of the entire the status quo in the GCC has gone for the United States forever, it seems like. So I don't know how it's going to end, but we can't overestimate Iran's position. It's not like Iran could, if they wanted to, literally take the United States head on in a war. What they can do is what they're doing, which is defend their homeland and assertively. I think they could take on Israel, obviously, if it was, as long as the United States didn't get involved.
What they can do is in an offensive manner. So you're right, but they're not only defending. If they're only defending, this would be a dream for Trump. Trump would just murder as much Iranians as he could, as with the Israelis. But what he knows is what the wild card is. As you mentioned, Israel, but also the Gulf states. And why Trump cares about the Gulf states is his personal wealth is in there. For example, Kushner, how much was he given by the Saudis? So that's just an example of stuff we know. Trump's got billions tied up in the Gulf states of what we know. Never mind what we don't know. What we know, the hidden stuff, it's huge. So this is why Trump cares about the Gulf states, and this is why when Iran threatens the Gulf states, it's literally just threatening Trump as well. For Trump, that's probably more of a homeland from a personal perspective than even America.
I'm saying I think you're just being overly like if Iran finds a way to maintain its sovereignty, make a deal where they have some maybe not full control, but mostly control, remove sanctions,
Yeah, but this is
and they
Simon's
do end up.
position. When you came up, you were like, he's right. But he was saying this is what, before even any of this happened, he was saying when the Gulf states were bombing, helping with the bombing of Iran, and when Iran was bombing the Gulf states, he was like, well, the strait's going to be shared, and everyone got angry with him. Even I disagreed with him ferociously. But you're now saying that actually his position is the highly possible position.
Well, I disagree. Our positions are incredibly different in one very important way, which is I think it's happening or it's not that they have a secret meeting and they've all decided this is how we're going to do it. I think it's just a logical ending to a terrible situation. I also don't know if that's going to happen. And so I disagree with Simon that it's already a foregone conclusion.
No, so
I
where
think
you
it's very
disagree with
likely.
him is on the point of whether it's being preordained, right, or predetermined.
1000%.
So,
Yeah, things
but in
happen.
terms of the way of, so this point, so he says, guess what, it's predetermined, and then I ask him, well, if you think it's predetermined, what would the result of that be? And he says XYZ. And then XYZ happens, and then you're like, oh, even though XYZ happened, I still don't believe it was preordained. That's fine, you can say that, but I'm saying you can have that position. But when he's pre-made that prediction before anybody else was even predicting that thing, as an example, then I think it does add some merit to his argument, and more people will be thinking, And to be honest, anytime these type of conversations happen, more and more people are like, I wonder if he's right.
Yeah, but to be fair too, he's also did not say that he thought this war would go on this long at all. So
Yeah, he's got some wrong
he's
and
like,
he's got
oh,
some right. He got that wrong.
right.
There's a few other things he got wrong as well. He got, this doesn't mean this is right at the moment because you're just saying that you would be cool with it. I wouldn't, but you said it makes sense. But I'm saying that was one of his predictions. The other one that recently he was right about was Lebanon. He did say that basically Iran wouldn't jump in the Lebanon conflict once a ceasefire happens, and we were all basically pushing back on him. But he ended up being a bit right. Well, not me. I wasn't pushing back on him, but
But
everybody else was.
that's more of a. But isn't that also just a logical position for Iran to take? I mean, it's not easy to say, hey, Iran's going to do what's in their best interest.
Well, again, is that logical? Or I thought you said it's about honorable rather than logical. So, I mean, although Israel was bombing Lebanon every single day up until this war, they were bombing, they would do casualties, but it's Hezbollah joining the war that caused Black Wednesday to occur, that caused Bloody Thursday to occur, that caused all of this huge level of escalatory obliteration. Now, this is why Iran's been trying to put Hezbollah in part of all the agreements. And I guess the question is, which I'm asking genuinely, I really don't know. Well, I have my own thoughts, but I want to hear everybody else's thoughts. That should Iran have continued kinetic to help Lebanon? And by
Well,
the
the
way,
other
I've
thing
interviewed
is,
Lebanese journalists, and they're like, "No, it's fine. We can do it ourselves." But I'm just asking the question.
yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. From what the reports I'm hearing that Hezbollah is doing fine, right? Like, I get there's a
What do you
lot
mean?
of just.
Explain what does that mean? I know
I
I know the
mean,
Lebanon conflict like inside out. So what do you mean by Hezbollah is doing really well?
it sounds like is Israel experiencing plenty of damage and destruction and casualties? Like I know they're carpet bombing. I mean, I know that they're resorting to what they do best, which is just basically just running and
Exactly. So there's three
bombing
elements.
from behind the line. Sitting behind the couch and just throwing bombs on civilians. But
Well,
I think
there's three elements to it. So the first element is, yeah, Israel's the best at bombing from the air and murdering as many civilians as possible. They're literally the granddaddies of it. The second element is, as you said, there's certain areas where Hezbollah has strongholds that Hezbollah is dominating and causing a huge amount of Israeli casualties and destroying their Merkava tanks. Then there's other areas, because obviously Hezbollah is not some million-man force, right? So there's other areas in South Lebanon where there isn't any Hezbollah, where the Israelis are going in, occupying it, and then blowing up homes and killing civilians and such. So there's the three different elements.
Yeah, I'm just simply saying from the Iranian perspective, maybe they're told, it's hard to know I don't know. It's hard to know, like, where do you cross that line? I think you've made this argument well before with like China, and obviously I think it's a little bit different with Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas. Like they're a lot more aligned. But like, is China ever going to fight a war on behalf of Iran? The answer I think is no. Is Russia going to do it? No. I think they'll support them. And I think Iran they're definitely going to support Hezbollah, but I don't know that they're going to start a kinetic war with the United States. The other thing to think about is
But Hezbollah did start the kinetic war, though. So the other way around it happened. Whereas China wouldn't jump in for somebody else, and I guess we don't know and I don't think anybody else would jump in for China.
It's also different too. I mean, I want you to imagine you're in charge of Iran right now, and depending on what your decision
I wouldn't be the right person
is,
to be in charge, because if I was in charge, I would have not stopped. I would have not stopped.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't have let like these Israelis continue bombing Lebanon. At the same time, I think I would have been soft in certain areas where you can't be soft as well. You need to be.
Yeah, but how many millions of Iranians would have died? Sorry? How many millions of Iranians would have died if you would have kept going?
And so then maybe Hezbollah shouldn't have joined in then. Then it's the same thing, because how many Lebanese have died?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm asking what you would do if you're in... I'm saying if you're the leader of Iran, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I'm saying if I was the leader of Iran, this is why I don't think I'd be the right leader, is because if somebody this is my psychology, if someone jumps in a fight for me, I'm going to have their back. I'm not going to not have their back. So it's just a different psychology.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the Iranian leader has to do what's best for Iran. I mean, I think that's just...
And I think that's... And so then that's the point, because many people thought that Iran, when they were fighting for... And so you're basically agreeing with Simon, because Simon's whole position has been that Iran is just looking out for Iran's interests. I don't think they are. I think they're looking out for the region's interests. I think that they are looking out for Lebanon. They are looking out for all these different countries. I think maybe they've made an error on this. No one's perfect, but I don't think they're just looking out for Iran's interests. Because if that's only the case, then I wouldn't be that bothered about Iran. Like, who cares? Who cares if they're fighting Israel? It's just two countries fighting each other. The only reason I'm supporting Iran is because I believe that they're being oppressed and that they're fighting against Zionism. And this isn't about internal nationalistic interests, but it's about fighting against the entire Zionist regime based on, what's the moral or good thing to do. But if it's about national interest, then basically they have their national interest, then the Gulf states have their national interest, then everybody has their national interest, then, it is what it is.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't say that my position is they're only doing things in their national interest. I'm saying that I think the logical conclusion is that has to be their first priority. I mean, let's imagine they have to make a decision where they can save 1 million Lebanese, but they have to kill 3 million Iranians in the process. Are they supposed to do that? Like, these decisions become a little bit harder, and you have to, you do have to determine.
What if you save 1 million Lebanese, but 100,000 Iranians have to die?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a tougher decision. That's like, what is the nationalist leader supposed to do? I think logically, the nationalist leader has to do what's best for his nation. I don't know.
You're looking at, because you're a nationalist yourself, you're looking at it from a nationalist lens. The thing is with Lebanon, Lebanon an example. Things were bad for them. I'm not saying things were rosy. I mean, if you read my Substack, I went into detail about what these people were doing during the so-called ceasefire, even before Hezbollah joined in. There's two elements of Hezbollah jumping in. One element is for Lebanese, is to fight for Lebanon, but the second element was to fight for Iran. And so, I don't know, I have a certain moral compass that if somebody does something for me, I've got their back irrespective. But on the other hand, what Iran's position on that would be is that they have got their back. They're giving them a huge amount of weaponry. They're giving them resources. They're giving them intelligence. They're giving them all these things. But I'll be honest with you, like, it just doesn't let it sit well for me. Like, I've got friends in South Lebanon who are not happy, who support Iran, but just recently they've not been happy because they've seen their own town get blown up when it wasn't getting blown up before March the 2nd. So there's just a few different perspectives on it.
Yeah, so are you saying their perspective is it wouldn't be blown up if they didn't jump into the war because of the Iranian conflict, and now Iran's kind of leaving them out to dry?
Yeah. And Iran shouldn't have agreed to the ceasefire. Iran should have just carried on fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could understand that perspective as well if you're a Lebanese. It is a complicated thing, but I think also I guess my main point for if you are an Iranian leader, I guess what I'm trying to I don't know if they made the right call or not. I mean, we can't know to a certain degree.
Yeah,
But
look,
I
from their
guess
perspective, the reason they had to agree to the ceasefire deal is because they needed weapons. They needed not weapons. Sorry, there's a certain things that they needed the ceasefire for. So, for example, the missiles, reconditioning the missiles. There was also issues. There was a kind of bottleneck in terms of getting fuel for the missiles into these underground bunkers. So all those things have been rectified now. So from their perspective, it made sense to do the ceasefire from a military perspective. I just each day that goes by, I'll be honest with you, it is like no matter what, Hezbollah is doing a really good job on the ground, but what's happening is just too bad in Lebanon. Like I did a Substack on it. I've done a video on it that I'm gonna release in about a couple of hours about what's Lebanon. It's really bad. It's really, really bad what's happening in Lebanon. And for me, like I'm not Lebanese, I'm not Iranian, I'm not any of these. For me, it's more of a moralistic position. It's more of a against oppression, against Zionism position. So when I see what's happening to the Lebanese, like I want someone to help them.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm just saying I think we're hypercritical of the Iranians, I feel like, because we know they have the more moral position and we want them to do certain things, but it's a lot. I think it sits a lot different when you're behind that seat and you have to make those decisions, and depending on what decision you make, like it the Iran cannot defeat America in an actual total war situation one-on-one. Like they can't. So what they have to do is be strategically intelligent about making sure that that doesn't happen. Like right now, they have done a really good job of that because the war is not popular. They've done. It's hard to really knock a lot of what they've done to a
Who
certain
cares?
degree.
But who cares that the war's not popular? Like I get it, that's a good thing. Like that would be an element I care about. But who cares
Because if the war was popular, Iran would lose.
I don't think so.
If
I
you could
think
get
if the
American
war was
men to die in this war, they would destroy Iran. If you
that's not
if you
true.
want to nuke Iran, you could do it.
I don't agree. So
You're saying if all the Americans agreed that nuking Iran was a good thing, that we wouldn't
not
do it?
nuke in terms of war. I mean, this is.
Well,
I
why
don't know
not?
what
Why can't we nuke them?
Well, 1 second. So there's two elements to it. So maybe because America is the only country that's nuked people, and I think nuking people is pure evil. And so if you're saying that Americans as a whole would even get to a point where they'd be okay with nuking, that shows an evil, sick society. That's not the experience I've had with Americans. Even when they disagree with someone, I don't think they'll want to mass murder every single civilian. But you're saying they would, so I don't know about that. But
I'm saying that public opinion matters.
no, public.
And
No, I don't think it. I'll explain to you. I think it matters to an extent, but you're over exaggerating its importance. So public opinion is against Trump. Has that changed? He's still doing the war. He's still doing all these things. Everything. Let's say hypothetically, other than nuke, and I'm saying with the nuke, I don't think American opinion would go towards wanting to mass murder 90 million people. But if you're saying it would, I don't know, because I only spend a bit of time there. You're American. But that being said, I think if a society is that sick and depraved that they would be okay with mass murdering 90 million people, that's a really problematic society in itself. It's worse than it's akin to the Israeli society. So let's separate the nuke thing, because I don't agree. I don't think most Americans would be cool with murdering 90 million people, even if sentiment was pushed that way. But in terms of the other element of it, so if we take the nukes aside, what else can US do? There's nothing else they can do. If they could do it, they would do it. They can continue bombing more of the same, which is probably what they're going to do anyway. They can't do a ground invasion because they would get loads of Americans would die, so they wouldn't win in that. They can't do even the jumping into specific areas and jumping out and getting the nuclear enriched uranium. They tried that in the south of Isfahan. So this idea that America can do so much, no, they can't. They've done the max they could do, other than use a nuclear bomb. Anything escalatory they could do, for example, hit the power plants, hit the desalination plants. They've threatened that already, but they know they can't do that. And they don't not do that because the sentiment is against him. He don't give a sentiment doesn't matter to him. He would do that anyway. The only reason he's not done it is because his precious bank account is going to be affected and impacted, and his precious bank account is in the Gulf states. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with sentiment. Sentiment hasn't stopped any of these things. The only thing that stopped these things is that the only thing that stopped these things, is his own personal bank account. And in terms of ground invasion, it isn't that sentiment, but the ground invasion is because there'll be just so much murder, so many Americans dying that even those who may be in sentiment may have supported the war, may not support the war later.
But see,
So
I
I don't
think
think sentiment's as important.
that defeats your argument right there, because you're saying we can't do a ground invasion because of sentiment.
No,
Sentiment obviously matters.
No. So that doesn't defeat my argument. This is your argument. Your argument is that from Iran's perspective, the sentiment in America is very important. And I'm saying, actually, from Iran's perspective, because that one's not from Iran's perspective, that's from you guys. This is from the perspective of Americans not really being bothered that Iranians are dying. They only bother when Americans are dying. And so the point is, from Iran's perspective, the sentiment, in terms of the American sentiment being for them, which it is at the moment, has made no difference whatsoever. And nor will it make any difference when it comes to the additional bombing. Nor will it make any difference to attacks on nuclear or desalination plants. And nor will it from ground invasion. The sentiment from ground invasion is only from the Americans' perspective, because they're like, you know what? If you manage to convince Americans that it's good to good to do this war, let's say 80-90% were for it, but then they start seeing their own people going back in body bags. It isn't a feeling towards Iran that changes it. It's the propaganda or whatever, or their positioning, but it's solely because they're seeing their own people, their own children, or their own sons and daughters coming back in coffins.
Yeah, I'm simply saying that they're not making the Lego videos for the Iranian people. I think they definitely do care about American sentiment.
Again, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. We're just going around in circles. I agree sentiment makes a difference. I'm the biggest person who believes this, hence why I'm doing X Spaces. I believe that impacting society makes a huge difference because you can navigate things considerably. What I'm saying is, I agree, but I'm saying the separate point, which you're not addressing at all, you keep moving away from it, is if American sentiment right now is against the war, has it stopped the war? Has he retreated? No, it hasn't. No, he doesn't give a shit about American sentiment. It makes no difference whatsoever. Does it matter that uncommon sense is against the war? It doesn't matter in the sense of from Trump's perspective. So I'm saying from Trump's perspective, what does sentiment matter? And so from Iran's perspective, they're working hard on sentiment. That's important, but I wouldn't make that my be all and end all, and I would just be making decisions not based on sentiment, because sentiment sways, sentiment changes, all these kind of things. So you still work on sentiment, but you shouldn't be making your decision making in a military sense based on sentiment.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying I'm not addressing. I think I do disagree. I think if the war was popular right now, we would be doing way more kinetic stuff. They would go to Congress.
What could you do?
They could.
What could you do? Tell me what you could do.
Well, I mean, maybe they would bomb the power and they do.
Yeah, that's fine. And then
I know you're
and
saying
then
that they won't do that.
Let's go with that. Let's do one element at a time. So
right, you're saying the GCC would get destroyed.
Yeah.
I understand.
So then what?
And that is true.
So that's why they can't do it. It isn't because of sentiment. I'm trying to say it's not because of sentiment. It's because he cares about his wealth in the GCC.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's both. I think it's hard to say which is more important
for Trump.
I mean, but I think it is both. I don't think. I think you're right that it's not like they care about the midterms. I mean, the people that control Congress don't care about that.
That's more than sentiment. That's bloody votes. You're debating what I'm saying, bro. More than sentiment is literally the election. Yeah, we don't care about the elections.
Yeah, I'm simply saying that if they could sell. I don't think the people that run this country would give a shit if they had to kill 100 million Americans to take out Iran. I think they would do it, but they can't do that, right?
Why?
Like, I think they would do a ground invasion, but they know they can't.
Why can't they do that, in your view?
Because then things would actually get unstable. You would have civil unrest, and then they can't just trade it back from right and left. And I think they are trying to, and I think that is.
But then that's not because of sentiment, right? Uncommon. So uncommon, what I mean is,
well, I think civil unrest is sentiment. I think those are the same thing.
You keep missing the point. I don't know what's going on here. I'm not talking about Iran perpetuating sentiment. That's not the reason why you have civil war in your scenario. The reason you have civil war in your scenario is because you're seeing 100,000 Americans going back in body bags.
Yeah, I mean, I think we understand each other, but I think we're just kind of like, I'm saying that I just think that we view sentiment as a different thing. I would say that if people start, if people in America get so unhappy with how the Iran war is going that they're actively trying to, overthrow the government or there's civil unrest or things like that, then I think that is a form of sentiment from how the war has gone, right? So they do have to keep that in line when you are in a republic. Normally, it is unusual now because it's the 21st century. They can't just lie to us and say they're all evil Nazis, right, or whatever. We gotta bomb the Japs. Like, it's hard to imagine, but they are trying. There was literally a Fox News thing the other day that said Iranians are strapping mines to dolphins, and
The dolphins.
I literally had to double check it because I was like, what? I mean, so they will say anything, but I do think I mean, I see your point. I think it's a good point because I don't know which is more important. I mean, yes, like to a certain degree it doesn't matter, to a certain degree it does matter. Like it just doesn't matter in the moment because I think they did all they could do without. What I'm saying is, if they had more American sentiment on their side, I think they would have tried to escalate it. You're saying they wouldn't have tried to escalate it because they couldn't do it militarily. I think they could have, and they certainly could do they could do a ground invasion and send a bunch of guys to slaughter. But I just don't think I think that would have made it even more untenable for the political system, for the Zionists to maintain control, let's say. So I guess that's my position.
Yeah. I think you proved my point there, though. But I get what you're saying. Because the whole point is this. I don't think that they could do the Americans can't do anything more. The Americans did what they could and they got smashed. Trump can't do any more because his wealth is in the Gulf states. He don't care about America. He cares about his own personal wealth. And so I guess the point is, what more could they do? They can't do anything. And anything else they can do, he would do irrespective of sentiment. And so when Iran makes a decision, that's what I'm saying, I wouldn't care about sentiment because when it comes to American sentiment, it doesn't impact Trump's decision making. Now, American sentiment is important because what you do is you culminate a certain idea and thought, which may help in the long term and in the short term, in terms of from a political perspective, in terms of unrest. But will it impact this war? No, it won't. And so this war is existential. It's right now. It's not in a year. Any decision making you make has to be purely military. I wouldn't even think about sentiment whatsoever. It's about winning and succeeding and making sure your country exists and make sure Zionism ends. So I guess that's where we kind of had some different points. But let's go to Ali. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll say one last thing, and then, but yeah, basically from your view, if I'm understanding it well, is that it's all military driven and financially driven. So in that way, why Iran should have
when
just
did I mention financially driven? Oh, you mean for Trump?
Well, because of the Gulf
Trump,
countries.
Yeah. For Trump, it is, yeah.
Yeah, and so
Trump
what I'm saying is that, but then
you don't think so? You don't think he's short and long in the market and putting tweets out?
Oh yeah. I know they're doing all that.
Okay, I think so that's you agree Trump's decision making is financially driven, right?
I think it's part of it. I mean, I think politicians have been doing that.
So we agree.
Yeah, I'm simply saying that and so I guess from your purview, there's no reason Iran should have stopped the kinetic warfare because you're saying America couldn't have done anything else further.
No, your argument initially was this: America's so good that they could destroy Iran if they wanted to. I said no, they couldn't. They did the maximum they could do, and then I asked you, which way can they destroy Iran? You said,
well, you said, but you removed the option to do that, right? You said that we wouldn't do it nuclear, but they could do it.
Yeah,
I mean, they have the ability.
I mean, again, but then that was based on sentiment, right? Because the whole argument is Iran can basically, that the people would be so for the war that America would bomb people. And I'm saying, I don't think the American society, even if they were manipulated into disliking Iran, would be okay with mass murdering 90 million people. But you think so? Or no?
I think if you had enough, I don't know. I mean, here's another thing, though, about the sentiment.
That's a sick society. Any society, I don't care if it's America, Japan, China, Pakistan, Iran, whoever it is, if the majority of the society is okay with nuking people, That is a sick society. Like Israeli society, I think that they probably would be okay with that. And I believe they're probably one of the only ones. But if you're saying Americans could be actually swayed in that way,
Well, I don't know that Americans can actually do it, but I think propaganda is a hell of a drug. Like, I think if you tell people this is evil and whatever, a lot of people will do it. They'll think it's a good thing, right?
to mass murder 90 million people.
I mean, I think it's insane. I mean, I'm just arguing for the point of the reality is that you could do it. You have the firepower to do it. It's available.
I think
So, I
any
mean,
society that can be convinced that murdering 90 million people is fine is a sick, evil, depraved, demonic society.
but also to what you said is, do you even need society to believe it to do it? Because you're saying, well, we don't need them to do it. You only need the people at the top that control the buttons to do it.
Yeah.
So why, you know
But that
what I'm
was,
saying?
but,
So like,
but that's not. But yeah, I agree. I do think that they'll make the decision irrespective of what sentiment is. But my point is this: that your point is that actually sentiment is important because you can convince these people to nuke Iran and mass murder. I don't know, 90 million people.
I think the only reason they haven't nuked Iran is because they care about sentiment, I guess. Let's put it that way.
Sorry?
I think the only reason they haven't nuked Iran is because they do care about what people think in terms of morality. I don't think the people at the top have a problem with it.
Which with that bit I agree with, but that's not the same as the other point. Because your other point was, because I do agree that Americans, that's my position. I don't think Americans are evil. I spend a lot of time there. I don't think
they're evil
no,
either.
you
I
have
think
to
they
be.
can
Look,
be
listen.
convinced.
No matter
of
what you
things.
say, then what is evil? You have to be evil to be able to accept the mass murder of 90 million people. You can't be like, oh, but the government manipulated me into agreeing to mass murder. In any scenario, let me tell you something. Any scenario where you agree to the mass murder of 90 million people, in any scenario where you think that you could be convinced of it, you are not a good person.
Well, I don't think I can be convinced of it, but I do think most humans can. I guess I'm not very. I'm not. I don't have a positive view, I guess, on general human behavior based on just perusing history. You know, it's very violent.
Let's go to Ali. Go ahead, Ali. Ali, the magnificent Sylvester.
Do you hear me? Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
You sound exactly like I thought you would sound.
Oh, okay. First of all, let me give you my salams. Okay, I want to give everybody peace, and I just want to I've been listening to all these academics, and I find that these academics that you interview that are mostly in this circle of exposing the nonsense that's going on, if they stay in line with Professor Morandi, I pretty much see like Larry Johnson on that team and others. I also notice, okay, that these academics, when they look at, because see, I'm a revert. I reverted 47 years ago in the prisons of the state of New York. So when the revolution went down in 1979, Iran made it their business to import the revolution into the prisons in America. So my point is this: a lot of Vietnam veterans like myself went to prison for a lot of different reasons. And when I was in boot camp back in November of 1973 or 72, the Iranian Navy, Imperial Navy, was being trained by us, the United States Navy. And how do I know that? Well, when I was 19 years old, now I'm 71, still working as an iron worker, I said, I told the guy with me in the ranks, when we were marching, I believe to the mess hall or something, whatever it was, a long time ago, I said, who are these jokers high stepping, looking like they're polished, imperial knights of the court of the Ottoman Empire? And he said, those are Iranian sailors. I said, what? What are they doing here? He said, oh, there's a program, $1 billion program with America. We trained our now adversary. And that's a small footnote in history. You cannot sleep on what's going on. Another thing, when you deal with the people in Iran, you're dealing with a culture of people that bought into the concept that there's no way out of the situation but confronting injustice head on, like the prophet's grandson did. So as an American, when I ride the subway train and I take out my red, white, and blue ID card and explain to the people what's going on, it seems that they want to give me a $20 bill. I said, it's not about that. I'm a veteran. I don't need your money. What I'm trying to do is explain to you that what's going on is you guys know better. We're New Yorkers. We know Donald Trump. I've worked for this man. This man cheated guys like me. A matter of fact, who really despised this man of what he did in Manhattan. I mean, laying off so many men. The bottom line of what I'm trying to say is that when Western Orientalists or Western academics, okay, and you can't get, let's say American, okay, I was born when my father was on a real picket line in Korea. I don't want to go into this whole history, but I was born in the First Naval Hospital. Donald Trump was born in Queens, across the street from a Shia mosque, named after a great Imam. The point I'm trying to bring out is that you're talking about being American. Well, I was born in the First Naval Hospital. My father was on a picket line when I was born. I was born in the contract, and I went through the school of hard knocks where these academics can't see this system for what it really is. It's all transactional. Matter of fact, I told the judge one day, after everything was done, I said, well, I have nothing to say to you, but let's close this out. You know the drill. And he got pissed because I reduced him to a transactionalist. And this is what Iran is doing. This is what the philosophy of Dr. Ali Shariati lost his life for by Savak. The people don't know the history of what these people have been through. The native tongue, Farsi, Islam went there, and you can't fault Christianity. You can't fault these institutions for saying Islam was spread by the sword, because there was a lot of fitna that took place after the death of the prophet. And look what happened. That it went into Persia, but they never lost their cultural identity. These people, if they run out of whatever they need to defend themselves, they'll pick up rocks and throw it. I'm sure you heard that line before. And if they can't pick up rocks, they'll walk over. What I'm trying to say is that Islam in its true face and form is about resistance. It started on resistance. I put a hadith up. Let me give you an example by Abu Huraira, well celebrated. We're told don't make fun of anything or this, that, the other. But when I see something that like this, it's narrated by this man that Islam started as something strange. It ends as, it's going to end as something strange. To who? To a special group of people? Do I have to say who they are? What I'm saying is the bottom line is that unless you've really been in the trenches and been through schools of hard knocks, and if you've been through both, even better. So my son's generation, not your generation, Suleiman, Generation X, I heard you say today to Johnson, Mr. Johnson, my son's a millennial. What am I? Generation Jones. I saw the whole old world the way it operated. I saw when this country came off the dollar. My father went to Arabia when they were coming out of the tents in Arabia, and went there, okay, and came back with Islam into my household. So what I'm saying is that you can't stop what's going on in Persia, Iran, Iran. You can't stop it. And why can't you stop it? Because those people don't drink from cups of water. They go right to the well, and it's been proven. And they'll stand on that motto where every day is a shura, every land is Kabbalah, because that's the way the world is right now. And now you have an outright tyrant who has been oppressing the world, been confronted by a people. And you got to think of this, the role models in Iran. What are their role models? Ali's daughter, okay, who confronted someone like Trump. His great grandson, okay, Zain Abidin. These people who were enslaved, okay, after the Imam's grandson was martyred, okay, his uncle. Why did this? He told the people, and I'll end with this. He told those people that went up against him. He said, "Look, if you don't want to accept my authority, then at least be free men." This is what Islam. This is what the Islam that was taught by the free thinkers like Dr. Ali Shariati, that said you have to be a free thinker in this world, and you have to look at everything, and you got to pick somebody where you can look at it and everything will shake clean. Now, I'm saying you guys are doing a good job, but the real force is, okay, the seeking justice and the role models that these people follow. Americans can't grasp that. We have heroes like John Wayne. I was brainwashed as a kid watching cartoons of making the Chinese and Japanese and everybody else, the Russians, the spies. We were brainwashed. But I was born in an era where I had one foot in the analog world and one foot into this new digital world, which I'm not too familiar with, but I'm getting to know it. The point I'm trying to bring out is that the people in Iran, they believe that they're standing, that this is like a crusade against them. This is a crusade. It's Pete Hegseth said, no mercy, no quarter. When you tell a people that feel that they are representatives, or they are a people who believe in the mentality of Imam Ali, I'm telling you, they look at these historical figures and they say, how would he deal with this situation? How would his daughter deal with this situation? The women, they all have these role models, and what it all leads to, justice. Not for them. This is not a Persian Iranian thing. This is their whole thing is about humanity. So which narrative are you going to accept? The one who's the aggressor, or the one who's being aggressed upon? So basically, the Christians in this world, or the Protestants in America, they have this great awakening concept where, Christ is going to come back and it's going to be a great awakening. And, they want to expedite it in a way where they bring this Messiah back, both the Zionist Christians, the Muslim Christians, whatever. It doesn't matter. You could be a Zionist and could be a Shia Zionist or Sunni. And then I noticed another thing in America, where one of the clerics, or two of the clerics, had a show on YouTube, which they took right off, named after the Russian rifle, when they were talking about the clerics in America and in England, where you are, and in Europe, how they're not going into the mosque and actually talking about what you guys are talking about all day. They're talking about how to make prayer still. He's saying that they're doing no better than Christian missionaries did when they went over to the East. They're picking up this. So, yeah, there's a big struggle going on. And these academics like John Mersheimer, look at John Mersheimer. All of a sudden, he's Ayatollah Mersheimer now. I mean, this is how I look at these people, because they're counting missiles, but they're not looking at ideology. So I'll leave it there. I mean, maybe I just ranted, but what I'm trying to say is those people will never surrender, just like the Yemeni people. And it's been proven, these people know exactly what they're doing. They know that they lost this war. How many times is Larry Johnson going to repeat that? It's like a mantra. They lost. They were John Mersheimer. They lost. I don't believe in miracles. Really? You don't believe that what Iran did is not a miracle, Mr. Mersheimer? And if you get him into any biblical thing, or he's so educated, yeah, I'm picking on him. And another one, Scott Ritter, another one, okay? And I'm talking as a veteran. So let me go.
Thanks for that, Ali. Great points. Excellent points. Well articulated. And even if I disagreed, which I didn't, I'd be worried that you're going to whack me. So I just have to agree anyway. But that being said, excellent points indeed. Let's go to.
He kind of lost me on Ayatollah Mearsheimer, but other than that, I thought it was pretty legit.
Let's go to Cyrus. Cyrus, jump in, give us your thoughts.
Hey, Suleiman, good to be back. To your previous, to Ali's point, the previous speaker, this is certainly existential, not only for Iran, but for the Shia, essentially crescent, right? And this is the Shia movement, and for them to maintain security, given how they've been treated, for the last century, with Saddam as secular leader, it's not even, a sectarian issue. It's just the fact that Israel has been aggressing on the Shias in southern Lebanon, and Iran and Hezbollah are essentially one element, right? So Hezbollah is not a proxy. It's more than an ally, right? So if Iran doesn't exist, Hezbollah will have an extremely difficult time. Although they're popular, they will just be surrounded by the Zionist supporters in the Lebanese government. So to your point earlier, Suleiman, that's why I jumped in. And we had a really good conversation with Raed Jamal earlier too on DDG Sarah's space. And I asked him some of these questions along the lines of what you're stating. And Hezbollah does not feel abandoned. I think Iran is steadfast with them. And the issue is, if Iran geographically was where Iraq is, they could exert a lot.
Cyrus,
Yes,
can I just ask you
yes.
something? You don't have to name people who are not here and where you've had these conversations. It's really not relevant to this
Very well.
space. This space is
Yes,
about
yes,
this
yes.
space.
It's just he's Lebanese and he's in Lebanon. That's why, it's
Yeah, you can just say I had a conversation with a Lebanese person, but
No,
don't
not
name
there.
very
people
good.
who aren't
That's
here and
kind
other
of irrelevant
people's.
because many
Duly
Lebanese people
noted.
have different opinions. But go ahead.
Duly noted. Yes. So essentially, if Iran was closer to the front lines, they could use a lot more of their shorter range missiles. They have a lot more volume of that with a heavy payload. From distance, they have a limited number of the long range missiles, and they're not super pinpoint accurate. So on a tactical level, they won't have the impact they have on a strategic level, like they've been using on Tel Aviv, on Haifa. So those weapons really can wield a lot of kinetic damage on those type of targets, strategic targets. But on a tactical level, it behooves Hezbollah much more to get their hands more on ATGMs, anti-tank missiles, and FPV attacks. They've been wildly successful. I mean, Israel is having a very difficult time. They're losing the public opinion battle in the home front too. I mean, a lot of Israelis are pissed to see their soldiers coming home dead, shredded. So they can't really maintain this. It's an unjustified war, and the U.S. is exerting pressure. But the only thing is, I think any peace talks with Israel on behalf of the Lebanese, it's laughable to have without Hezbollah present. I mean, they have been the ones that have been maintaining the territorial integrity of Lebanon, and they're wildly popular. I mean, for some reason, our Western leaders, they just fail to realize that these are local movements that didn't come about in a vacuum. They came about when Israelis began slaughtering their populations, and how can you not expect resistance to form? And I think they've been fighting very honorably. They've not targeted civilians. They're not wreaking havoc and carnage like the Jolani's forces did, who we made president of Syria. I mean, America has no moral ground, and it's just laughable that we're painting Iran and Hezbollah as these maniacal, evil forces when we're rolling the red carpet for Al Jolani in the White House. Iran has been trying to make diplomatic overtures since 2001. Right after 9/11, Iran helped the U.S. with connecting with the Northern Alliance. They helped tremendously on that front. When ISIS started ravaging Iraq, Iran was the first country to jump in and help the Kurds and send in advisors to stop ISIS. Later, Obama decided to join the fight months later. I think it was like a month and a half later, before, while there's entire villages being razed to the ground, women being enslaved. I mean, it's one of the most it's a nightmarish situation that we brought on. I mean, one thing I implore all of the viewers to look into is Operation Timber Sycamore. Essentially, it highlights how the United States, with Qatari money and Saudi money, they funded Al Nusra and remnants of Al Qaeda, and essentially with coordination with Israel. Israel was essentially giving medical aid throughout this conflict to Al Nusra fighters. And no surprise that Al Jilani has not attacked Israel once. Neither has ISIS. All they do is just cut off heads from weak villagers that can't bow down and kiss their ring. It's just really sad to see America lose so much credibility, not only globally, with the global South. That's to be expected with our arrogant, and Anglo worldview that I hope will change, right? But amongst our allies, I mean, we have disrespected Britain, we've disrespected Germany, across the board. We're just acting very belligerently, and this is not how a successful superpower behaves. You don't use power, you project power, and you make alliances, and you create world order, not disrupt world order. So this is very belligerent. This is not becoming of the United States, and it goes to show it's very indicative of the level of infiltration by foreign forces. But we've been completely hijacked, and luckily the noticing is happening. The awakening hasn't happened yet. The noticing is happening in large in part by thanks to independent media with folks like Suleiman, Beatrix, and their compatriots who are spending their day and night pushing this message at the expense of being ostracized by the mainstream business world and media world. So it's happening, but it's a marathon. I don't think we're going to see quick changes, and I don't think Iran and the U.S. will resume hostilities. I think it'll turn into a frozen conflict, like you mentioned very astutely earlier, Suleiman. Trump has done everything he can. We've ratcheted up to the very top of the escalation ladder. Anything further will be teetering on chaos and abyss for the GCC, which is an extension of U.S. hegemony and investments. We're talking trillions upon trillions of dollars. Dubai is not just a gas station; it's become a bona fide financial hub in the world. With along with Hong Kong, along with New York, London. We can now just switch off the off button and pull the respirator off. They are an extension of us, very very similar to how Hezbollah is an extension of Iran, except they actually have a common line and they're honorable to each other, whereas the United States is not a reliable ally, and we turn our back on our allies all the time, including our European allies. So this is not good strategy. If you're a real American, you'll be very critical of our government and really speak out. I mean, I write my congressmen often, at least every few weeks, and anytime something big happens, I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? So it's a small thing, but as long as you voice it in your communities, whether it's your church, your mosque, your synagogue, wherever you're at, or your gatherings, if these conversations come up, with shows like this and spaces like this, now you're armed with data, facts, with a narrative that is truthful and accurate. And this is an information war, and luckily we're on the side of truth. And as long as we're pushing for that, we will win the marathon. But this is a 10 to 20 year endeavor. But on the short term, I think things are looking really tough for the Lebanese, for the Iranians, for the Palestinians. There's no silver bullet for them. I mean, the U.S. exerts a tremendous amount of power and influence around the world, and they are unlikely to change their ways overnight. It has to be really squeezed out of them to change their ways. They're intransigent in many ways, and it's very unfortunate. But I think we're in it for the long haul. But many of us are down to go down that arduous path of truth. Thank you again, Suleiman.
Thanks, Cyrus. Well, Ali, it says that you worked in the Navy. Sylvester? Okay, I think your mic's not working. Okay, let's go to Andrew, were you gonna jump on something?
Yeah. I hope Ali did answer that. Ali, go ahead, Ali. On your, can you also tell folks about you and I are the same age, same era, same, except man, you were in a couple, 3-4 years before I got in. But the Khamenei class, Spruance class destroyers, 4 of them, right? And you saw them actually train there, right? You're at Great Lakes, right? Or it's at San Diego. I think they're trained in both places, San Diego and Great Lakes.
Great Lakes, you're right.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, they also were training them not only in our boot camps, but they were also training them to eventually man those kid class destroyers. Yeah. It would be what we would call A school when they went to seamanship class after boot camp, right?
That's exactly right. And most of them, what happened was when the revolution took place, the whole
Your
program.
mic's a bit low. Your mic's a bit low.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It was fine before, but it's a bit low unless I put it low. Let me check. No, try speak again.
Can you hear me again?
Oh, perfect. And can I just give this breaking news, and maybe you want to touch on this as well, because
go ahead.
This is your expertise with. Well, I want to explain what your position is from the Navy, but U.S. Central Command. Okay, so this is swayed back the other way now. The U.S. Central Command have made the following statement: on Monday, we will begin supporting Operation Freedom to restore freedom of navigation for commercial vehicles through the Strait of Hormuz. Our support for this defensive mission is essential for regional security and global economy. U.S. military support for Operation Freedom will include destroyers equipped with guided missiles. Support for Operation Freedom includes more than 100 aircrafts and 15,000 military personnel. So we're back onto the other thing. It sounds like it is going to be kinetic. It does seem like warships are going to be included. Andrew, why are you laughing, blood?
No, here we go, boy. Here we go.
Go ahead, Ali.
All right, so you can hear me. The bottom line is this, is that there's no way possible that this can take place without what Larry Johnson expressed earlier today. It's a mantra. It can't be accomplished without many people dying. And I don't think it's really going to happen. I think that this is just a lot of crap. We used to have tender ships. The gentleman that was talking before, he knows what tender ships are. I mean, these are supply ships that go all the way back, that resupply. A war against Iran asymmetrically cannot be won. It'll never be won. And the point I want to bring out is whatever they put out is nonsense. It can't be done. It's just a cover, and it's still trying to figure out how to save face and get out of this. I don't believe, and I'm sure that everybody on this panel believes, that there's no answer militarily. I believe the whole world actually believes that and is against any further military action. It's impossible. So the nonsense that they put out, I mean, from the day that man said no mercy and no quarter given, when you talk to people that study Islam, that is like an assault against humanity, not against just a Muslim or against their adversary, but that's a direct assault on everything that a Christian believes in. That anybody that has any sense of humanity, no quarter, no mercy. I mean, this is getting to the point where it's actually surreal in a lot of ways. And we know inside the Navy, the morale is definitely down because they don't believe in what they're doing. And when you have a military that is actually, well, let me stop.
Wait, shipmate, Ali, let me ask you a question. Go back, and you're right there on the deck. I don't know what your rating was, but let's say you were a deck, right? You were on deck division, or was night?
I was supposed to Nate.
Oh, yeah, I knew it. You talk like, sound like, act like one of them, my boats. You're a boats. Yeah, boats.
Right.
You're boats, man. Boats. Right. Okay.
I was on a DDG.
Oh, my God. For folks that don't know what a boats is, They're the guys that walk the deck plates, and they're the guys that we call them the heart and soul, blood and guts of our Navy, right? You're the guys that go back the oldest, am I correct? The oldest rating in the Navy, right? I mean, literally, you guys, the ones that tie the knots, that do the dirty work on the surface,
quartermaster, gunmate, and bosun mate, 3 oldest rates.
3 oldest, brother. Okay, so boats, go back. If you were active duty right now, let's say you were a tin can sailor. My dad was a tin can sailor. I was mostly submarines. But let's say you're back on boats, you're back on the deck on one of those DDs, right? And you got the word down through let's say the scuttlebutt. The scuttlebutt came down. Hey, we're going to do some escorts. We're going to go into harm's way. We're going to go through the strait. What would you be thinking, talking right now, brother? Right now, lay it out.
Well, what I would do is, first of all, as an E4, because I never went further than that rank, I made rate. But as an E4, what kind of power would I have on a destroyer but talk to the crew of bosun mates that is on my detail? If you understand what I mean. And as a
go ahead.
As a supervisor, if they would ask me my opinion on how because E4 below, basically you're a supervisor. So my opinion would be that this is beyond our control. And if you, if you can't, in other words, you have to do everything by the book. This is the problem. In other words, how can I refuse an order? How do I know if it's lawful or not lawful? What do I have to do? Get this guy on microphone and then carry out? It's so twisted that a 19-year-old or 20-year-old, somebody like me, what can you possibly do when you're on the ship? They try to sabotage it. You know what that is? When you sabotage a ship or you do something like that, and you get caught and they think it's sabotage. What is that's like almost what? Treason or what's the other one?
Yeah, it's bad. Like yeah, you're looking at bad conduct discharge. You're in full general court martial.
I think it's even deeper. I think it's treason or it's you're a saboteur.
Yeah, it's up there. Oh yeah. No, it's up there. The big top 3. It's PCD in wartime. You're looking at same as you're looking at capital punishment. I mean, it's serious, but. Yeah, it's one of the serious. But your point is right. But my point is what I'm trying to bring up in Suleiman's Basin here, shipmate, is knowing as a deck seaman, you're down there, you're the heart and soul of that ship, knowing everything that you know about, you're doing your job, you get the order, we're going in. But my point I'm trying to make now, take what you know now, you're going to do your job. You're going to do your job. But knowing what you know now, looking at this through a rear view mirror, you see both what you would do back then in the Navy as on deck there, do your job to the fullest. But let's say you now have the knowledge you have and the full geopolitical spectrum and knowledge you now have at 71 years old. And now you see why we are the moral resistance, why we're saying stop this insanity. Because these young kids on the deck, man, they're going, what the hell's going on? It's something, we're hearing stuff. You see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, well, you can always challenge the order, and the person who gave, in other words, the supervisor who gave you an order to carry out, you can tell that supervisor permission to speak freely. Okay, if he's an officer, if he's just an E6 or a chief, okay, you don't need to go through all that permission to speak freely stuff. Okay, and what you do is you tell the chief, you say, Chief, you know as well as I know that this isn't going to work out well for us. What are we supposed to do, Chief? I got to throw it to the chief. What am I supposed to do? Commit. What am I supposed to do? Mutiny? This is. When I was in the Navy, okay, you even think about something like that, you can get hung at the mast right at sea, man. There's no more pulling in the port and you go to jail. When I was in, you get hung right from the mast. What I'm saying is that. When you're in the military, even if you don't think those officers know, you think that everybody, I'm sure you realize that those officers are not all idiots. Okay. And, you have the authority to say to an officer, listen, I want permission to speak freely. If he grants you that, and then you can say, listen, is this going to be on the record or off the record? And then if he says, well, this is off the record, I'm saying, I think you're out of your fucking, and then whatever, you know what I mean? And then give him what it needs as a deck plate sailor, okay, a 90-day wonder or whatever you are. I'm going to let you have it if you allow me to speak freely and it's off the record. So let me stop.
So, guys,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, no, go ahead. So I just want to say, there you have it. You're going to do your job. You're going to take those orders. But as what the more information that comes out, it's now up to these NCOs, these senior NCOs, the chief, the goat walker, their boats, and these officers to say no, and to the commanding officer to say that's an unlawful order. To put your men, it's a suicide mission. We're not going to go get our men killed for nothing here. And I think that's and they just posted it. I'm going to post it. In boats, the story of what happened in the Gulf of Tonkin. It was the same time frame, very close to our time. The start of the whole Vietnam War. It was the same BS. The Gulf of Tonkin incident was very similar to what Trump's trying to do here in the Persian Gulf. Professor from the University of Chicago just posted it. I'll share it with you, Sully.
Yeah, I know about the Strait of Tonkin. That's when basically Lyndon B. Johnson lied about what happened in order to basically start the war in Vietnam, the bombing in Vietnam.
I have to say one more thing, sir, and I'll stop. Okay, Vietnam. Okay, when we hit the beaches in Vietnam, the scuttlebutt was from the very beginning, and I heard Colonel McGregor verify this, and I'm not a real big Colonel McGregor fan. Okay, but I say this because, I am a Muslim and I know that he's not, and I know that most of them aren't. And I have a different total worldview and how I look at everything now. Like that brother shipmate told me, was speaking to me. Okay, the point I'm trying to bring out is that we didn't even know the mission. When we landed on the beach, there was no resistance. We didn't even know what the hell we were supposed to do in Vietnam. We never do.
Thanks for that, Ali. Just want to read this entire statement by the USS CENTCOM, Central Command, and the reason is because different people are getting different things from it. So I thought if I read it in toto, then you guys can get a kind of overarching perspective on what it actually says and what it actually means. Just before I do, guys, tomorrow we're going to start a bit earlier, so just watch out for that. Tomorrow we're starting at 12:30 Eastern, which is 5:30 12:30 Eastern, which is 5:30 UK. So watch out for that. It's going to be starting a bit earlier. And in addition to that, we've got a number of great interviews tomorrow. We got Pepe Escobar, we got Mohammed Khaled, who is another Lebanese journalist, and then we have Anthony Aguilar coming on tomorrow. So that's 3 people. And then on Tuesday, we got Scott Ritter. And then Tuesday, the debate, likely at the moment, penciled in with Rabbi Shmuley. So that should be content, to say the least. Okay. U.S. Central Command Forces. This is the statement by U.S. Central Command. They said, quote, U.S. Central Command Forces will begin supporting Project Freedom, May 2nd, to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The mission, directed by the President, will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. See where he said that? International trade corridor. Not the Iranian Strait of Hormuz. A quarter of the world's oil trade at sea and significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer products are transported through the strait. Brad Cooper said, quote, our support for this defensive mission is essentially to regional security and the global economy as we also maintain the naval blockade. And this is from Admiral Bradley Cooper, the CENTCOM commander. He continues, CENTCOM continues. Last week, the USS Department of State announced a new initiative in partnership with the Department of War to enhance coordination and information sharing among international partners in support of maritime security in the Strait. The Maritime Freedom Construct aims to combine diplomatic action with military coordination, which will be critical during Project Freedom. US military support to Project Freedom will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea based aircrafts, multi domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 servicemen. Thoughts, guys? Cyrus, what do you think?
Okay.
I mean, I think it's one of two things. I mean, when what Andrew said, if they are seeking, I mean, I'm not sure if Andrew was implying it. I don't think he was. He was neutral on it. But if that article you read is true, this is very alarming. If Trump is trying to force
Which
us
article? Which article did I
into
read?
into the Gulf of Tonkin incident, if Trump is trying to force that hand to
Wait, Cyrus, stop, once again. I just need to clarify because I don't know what you're talking about. Which article did I just read?
No, I'm saying what Andrew said. He read some posts by someone that mentioned the Gulf of Tonkin incident, that this could
No,
be
he's just saying this. What Andrew's saying is someone tweeted it out, and they
tweeted
were
it out. I got you. I got it.
and they were referencing the parallels between what Trump is attempting to do and what happened in the Gulf of Tonkin. Is basically what he's saying. Does that
Right.
make
I mean,
sense?
if Trump is trying to put us in that situation, because there is,
Yeah, this is speculation, but go ahead, continue.
if those ships come within 300 kilometers of the shoreline, that's when really Iran can assert their missile force, because their whole strategy is swarm tactics. Our Aegis systems and our spy radars on those ships have advanced a lot in the last 15 years. They're truly impressive, but Iran still can penetrate them with swarm tactics. They can only employ that within 300 kilometers, about 200 miles. That's still a vast space. That is a big area of denial that Iran can impose. And these are not like small drones. If one of those anti-ship missiles, the ballistic missiles hits, that's a 500 kilograms, about 1,200 pounds coming in at Mach 3.5, Mach 4. That will either sink a ship, for sure it will cause at least 100, 150 U.S. servicemen to die. So if Trump knowingly does this and puts us in harm's way like that in order to create a Gulf of Tonkin type incident, that didn't really cross my mind until Andrew talked about that tweet. That is very alarming. Alternatively, what I was thinking is this is just a bluff. It's a saber rattling, and the reason for that is the insurance companies will not insure these ships. So it's a ridiculous notion to be like, oh, we're going to open up commercial shipping, but nobody will insure it. And guess what? In this world of regulation and
Well,
bureaucracy,
just on that, Cyrus, is that what he said? I mean, I read it, but I didn't notice that. Is that what he said? Because I thought Trump's tweet seemed to suggest that it was a one-time thing for just the ships that were there. Did he say? Did I just read that? Because it's possible. Because I'm a bit tired.
they still I didn't take that wasn't my takeaway if it's a one-time thing or not. I'm not clear on it either, Suleiman. But the point, whether it's a one-time thing or a continuous thing, one, they can't do it without coming within that engagement envelope of that multi-layered offensive capabilities of Iran, which, as I mentioned, these are not small threats. This is heavy ordnance that is very accurate. So within that 300 kilometer radius, they are deadly. So Trump is putting us in harm's way. I think so. I just don't see how our Pentagon and our Joint Chiefs of Command will allow this behind closed doors. I'm sure there's super heated arguments if Trump is truly proposing it. However, if the Joint Chiefs know this is just BS, they'll let Trump run his psyops campaigns and his disinformation campaign. That's not the business of the Joint Chiefs. The Joint Chiefs' number one mission is force protection, to make sure our service members are safe. And I just can't see our military leadership just bowing down and kissing the ring, especially when Trump is just so incredulous right now. Within the establishment. So within this, there's a lot of smart people in our government. So I just don't see it happening. I think 90% it's saber rattling, and God forbid it's a Gulf of Tonkin type ploy, because then we're going to see Americans die, and we're going to see this escalate rapidly, and it will be a disaster.
Cyrus, did you hear what Suleiman towards the end there? Sully, did I hear what you said that the U.S. had all these assets, including U.S. submerged robotics, not robotics, but drones, submerged drones?
Yeah, to clear the mines. Is that what he was
I
using
it
using
didn't
No,
say.
they
AI?
said no. They said they had what was it again? Multi-domain unmanned platforms. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So Cyrus, if you heard that, that means the U.S. plans to employ the UAVs, et cetera. Now, unless there's stuff, super stealth stuff we've never heard about, maybe you're more knowledgeable than I am. I don't know really what that's saying, what Suleiman read. Does this mean the U.S. is going to go asymmetric? And what Ali said, I don't think we're there asymmetrical in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, I don't think we're not geared for that type of war. It's going to take years for us to catch up with those capabilities. And the issue is that Iran's main offensive force is hardened. It is underground, and they use the shoot and scoot tactics. And these are not those heavy missiles that they're shooting at Israel that are bigger than telephone poles. These are they can pull out of their their tunnels, shoot very accurately and then scoot back in. So that this is, if the U.S. was to deteriorate that capability, they would have continued to do it. There's a reason they stopped the war and went to the negotiating table. They could not lower the volume of these missiles launched. It's very clear. No real analyst, even if you're on Fox News, you can look at the American public with a straight face and say that we completely decimated their offensive capability. If we did, we won't be at the negotiating table. So as far as the UAVs, Andrew, are you speaking about airborne assets or underwater assets, subsurface?
I think all the above, meaning air, surface, subsurface.
Yeah, as far as air, the P4 Poseidon, I believe that's the RC the RQ4, I believe. And so those are very expensive assets. Two of them have been lost, and I think they're $200 million each. They're very capable, but Iran is still able to knock them out of the sky, apparently. So
And they're slow. And they're slow, easy targets, right?
They're slow. They're like huge gliders. I mean, I don't think we can even fly our P8s with impunity over the Persian Gulf. So any major assets, unmanned or manned, that is a very narrow corridor. You said it so well, Andrew. You said it's like a bathtub. People look at the pictures like, oh my God, look how big the Persian Gulf is. It's really not. Once you get about a mile up in the air, you're like, holy cow, it's a hop and a skip. So nobody can operate. And what is the U.S. going to do if they go asymmetric? What is there to go asymmetric against? They don't have big assets. You use asymmetric tactics against large forces and strategic assets. Iran is so dispersed, and their C3 function, their command, control, and communication throughout the war didn't even blip. I couldn't believe it. I've been analyzing this for years, and I knew they have a lot of depth as far as their command and control, but I thought there will at least be hiccups. I mean, they continue daily, tit for tat. Anytime the U.S. hit something major, Iran reached out and touched something super important. So this is demonstrable. This is very unbiased analysis. So Iran wields power, and you said it very well, Suleiman. The U.S. would have continued to destroy Iran on behalf of Israel, with them. The only reason they stopped, Iran can inflict the same on the GCC. They can't do it to the U.S., but they can do it to the GCC, and that's just too far down a path that the U.S. is not willing to go, and it's a price the U.S. is not willing to pay.
If you're
I just want to.
let me make one point. What the gentleman said before, the officer, he said that there you go. It goes to the chief, and then it goes to the head of the command, and he can make a decision to stand down legally. When the crew is dissatisfied and the chief gets that vibe, walking the decks, because he's basically the man, and he basically runs that ship, exterior and interior. He brings that complaint to the old man aboard that ship, and he knows the morale is the way it is. He can make a decision to stand down. Then the weight's on him. And another thing I want to point out, the caliber of men that I'm witnessing coming out of the military now, that are coming into my union to become iron workers, to build structural steel, the caliber is not the caliber of men maybe where this gentleman, the officer, was in. The caliber of men that are on those ships are not the same caliber of men when I was in the service 50 years ago. And when I was in the service, are not the caliber of men that my father was on the picket line in 1951 against Korea. So you're dealing with a whole different generation of war fighters.
I just want to say that I don't see there's any way to read this other than escalation. And if you look at like how we've been saying repeatedly that any sort of military effort to open the strait is a suicide mission, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't try it. It also does make sense for them to actually, it doesn't make sense for them to try to do it in terms of like obviously casualties, but you know, for the people that are running the government and don't care about the people that they're that they're leading, you know, it does make sense, I guess. Tactically, it makes sense because they do need the strait to open. And they can either go the diplomatic route or they can go this route. And it looks like they're choosing the escalatory route. I mean, I just don't see when you're involving 15,000 men. And I will say this, I mean, this is really sick to even say, but I think they might view it as a win-win. Like, let's say it's successful, which I think we all think probably 90% chance it's not successful. You know, probably not going to work. But if it is successful, then great. Now they can open up the Strait of Hormuz and they have a better chance of bringing Iran to the negotiating table and getting better terms. Let's say it's unsuccessful and 15,000 soldiers die. They're like, great, now we can escalate the war in a different way and sell it to the public better. So I think it is really, it's obviously very sad and disappointing, but yeah, I don't even see how you can read into it and think it's not escalatory. I'll be interested to see what Iran says. But the fact that it came from CENTCOM and the outline of the actual mission and the fact that they've basically gotten rid of something Scott Ritter said before was heads will roll from the failure of this mission and Hegseth will be let go. And, so far what's happened is the only heads that have rolled have been the people that were against escalation. So to me, it doesn't seem like the people in charge have thought that the reason that the operation went poorly was because it was a bad idea to begin with. They think we didn't go far enough. That's what it reads like to me. So I don't see any way how you could not view this as some sort of escalation, and maybe an immense escalation.
Breaking news. The war on the Strait of Hormuz seems to have begun. Iran just hit a vessel that was 78 nautical miles off of Fujairah. So Iran's letting everybody know the Strait of Hormuz is under the control of Iran. Any attempts to go through it will result in decapitation. So a vessel 78 nautical miles from Fujairah, UAE, has been hit. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, also pay attention to the framing of how they've described this. They've described it as a humanitarian issue. And to a certain degree, I think what Joe said earlier, there probably are some boats trapped there that legitimately were like, we had no idea a war was going to start. So there could be some humanitarian issues. However, if they didn't do it in conjunction with Iran, then Iran's not just going to let America dictate the terms on that, obviously. But my main point is simply that the reason they are trying to frame it humanitarian is because right now the war is viewed globally and domestic, really everywhere. It's viewed as just it's a war of choice and an illegal war of aggression. And I mean, you would think logically they wouldn't be able to change that but I think they're going to try by saying, well, we're just trying to keep the strait open because people are going to starve. And it's those Iranians that are not going to let us keep the strait open. That's what it seems like they're planting that seed, if you just read between the lines.
I agree. You know why? Because this is a civilizational war. People got to wake up. Mankind has to wake up that right now we are in an era of a civilizational war. You have the West, okay, that's going up against a country that's standing up for the whole Islamic world, as well as the Arab world, which proved not trustworthy lately within the last whatever, since these artificial constructs were created by Britain and everybody else. Now Iran, non-Arab, took the role to lead the whole Islamic community into a civilization. Not they were they. In other words, this was brought upon them because they see that their whole civilization is actually built on a lot of crap and garbage. And we got people like Steve Miller, who created, his Trump's whole circle created a green zone inside America. They all live on military bases. The point I'm trying to bring out is that this is a deep civilizational war, and they're framing it like that. And the small sect that this guy Pete Hegseth belongs to, this Christian sect, that's not anywhere near mainstream Christianity in America. He's a war criminal by the verbal, what came out of his mouth verbally. No mercy. You know what that means to a Muslim when you say no mercy, no quarter? No quarter? You know what that means to a Muslim who prays 5 times a day? That strikes him right at the heart of what he believes in. It strikes the core of humanity. This is a civilizational war.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this goes back to that humiliation ritual. And I know you probably saw that, right? Their boats, when Hegseth had the dress down there at Quantico, Virginia. I don't know if you watched or studied that. It's exactly what he was doing. And he said that. And the whole speech, I mean. And this is exactly what we're dealing with. It's moral resistance against the axis of evil. And when my country that I love so much, and I know you do too, Boats, I know we're born and raised here. And by the way, there, Boats, my grandfather, my maternal grandfather was Sicilian. Sure was, sir. He would not let his family speak Italian. You know why? He says, we speak as English. We're American, right? Yeah, well, if my grandfather, the Sicilian, who loved his country, America, with all of his heart, saw what America was today, he would not be happy, sir.
Yeah, well, because we've been so propagandized. In other words, I heard within the last 3 years, I believe everybody's getting re-educated on reality. Everybody, the world is receiving a reality check, and it started when the resistance, which is a noble resistance, in Palestine, occupied Palestine, made that stand. From that day on, the world has never been the same. And now you made a major mistake and attacked, a people who believe in Islam until they live it. The majority of the country live it. When you tell a people, we will give you no mercy and no quarter, and they realize that they've been put into a civilizational war, you can bring your worst, because the worst has already happened to them for the last 47 years. I've been studying this for 47 years. I studied the lectures from the Imam Khomeini. I know how these people think. I break bread with them. So the bottom line is that this is not going to work out well for the American people. And the American people know it. They know it. They realize it now. You know why? Because like Colonel McGregor, and I agree with it, when it hits the gas tank and it hits the table, that's when American people wake up and they say, hold up, this is all wrong. We're suffering. This is not our war. We have to send our kids care packages. I never received a care package on a destroyer. I never got a care package from my father. Okay? I never got a care package. What's this care package stuff they send now? These kids, they're saying that they're not eating well and this, that. This is really happening. I'm telling you. I walked in the VA hospital 2 months ago and Trump's picture was turned sideways on the wall. I don't know who did it, but he's not respected in the Manhattan Veterans Administration, in the building.
Cyrus, what do you think? What do you think is going down? This is seems like extreme escalation. Iran's already hit a vessel that attempts to go through the Strait of Hormuz without permission.
Yeah, it's I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it escalation. I mean, it is escalatory, but it's enforcement, right? So whichever ship was cavalier enough to do it, you know, it's also how they got hit. Obviously, Iran didn't hit them to sink them. They probably hit them with a small ordnance, similar to what the U.S. did to that Iranian cargo ship where they hit the engine room. I suspect that's what they did. It's probably a light hit just to essentially either disable the ship or get them to go back to port where they came from. So it's enforcement. If they sunk a ship, and especially if it was a sensitive ship, that would be more significant. So I don't think this moves the needle that much. What does move the needle is Trump's rhetoric, because he keeps putting himself in these situations where he can't back up his words. And the more he loses credibility, the more likely he is to do something very rash at the end of that rope. Because as I've spoken before on your space, Suleiman, we are economically about 3 weeks away from Asia getting into real calamity. And and it'll start with Thailand, Philippines, then South Korea, the develop, and then on to Japan and China. Less China, they're more insulated. But this is a big issue, and Trump can't afford to lose those allies, and he can't afford to deal with the ripple effects that are going to hit the U.S. In a short time. And later on, as it drags on, this will put the U.S. in a major recession. If this continues for 6 months plus, the U.S. is in big trouble economically, and you can't just undo it. You can't just be like, "Oh, the strait's open. Now let's go back to business." A lot of key industries are heavily reliant on cheap oil, and once those gears come to a halt, it's hard to get it back started and get us in the black again, in the where the economy is making money. So for these reasons, I just don't see Trump, bringing in big armada, close to the shore where they'll be attacked. At the same time, I don't know why he's doing it, and he just doesn't take the off ramp. We have about 3 weeks before the Asian economies begin to crash. One by one, starting with the developing ones like Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand, and then it's going to go down to the industrialized economies like Japan and South Korea, and Australia. Is their own thing. So I'm just very confused, Suleiman. I don't know what Trump is doing. He's not a real statesman. And we've never had a president like this. Just the way he behaves, his demeanor, the way he talks to reporters, the way he talks to our allies. Him, from everything from Greenland to the Falkland Islands to Cuba to what he did in Venezuela. And you can make a strong case for Venezuela based on based on some of our long-term strategy with the Monroe Doctrine, but not like that. You know what I mean? Like Venezuela had never really postured against us, and in fact, they tried to be to have rapprochement with us. They've never really been antagonistic, and we go in there, snatch up their president. I mean, this is so embarrassing in the world on the world stage. No one behaves like this, even if you have the power. I mean, you don't think China can go around and snatch people up, or Russia can't do some weird antics? It's nothing to be proud of. And then they walk around, with their head high, talking about their supremacy and primacy. It's really unbecoming of a great power. And I hope it will change slowly. Once Trump is gone, I'm hoping we'll pivot away from this behavior. One can hope.
Yeah, it is crazy, but what's the name again? Andrew, from a Navy perspective, how do you think the US is going to do this? They've told you what they're going to use, and let me read it back to you again. They said they're going to be using here we go. They said they're going to use guided missile destroyers, so destroyers. Larry thought they'd use about 2. 100 land and sea based aircrafts, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 servicemen.
Yeah, every aspect of that is outrageous. The surface combatants there with that's all for air defense and light air defense, not the heavy cruiser defense. And we've laid it out clearly with all the experts. That's not going to work. The other undersea, all the unmanned assets, we've laid that out clearly. That's not going to work. And so what those assets will be, I don't know. I'm not up to speed on, honestly, the United States naval, or I'll say our military advanced, I'll say asymmetric capability. Now, about a year ago, I had a lengthy conversation with a naval engineer down at the weapons lab station down not too far from where I live. And I do know from talking to him and listening to Cyrus and many other experts that we are behind, and Joa talked about this, in that asymmetrical, and even Boats laid that out, in asymmetrical warfare. We're behind in that. Now, ultimately, without submarine protection, and that's my wheelhouse, without submarine protection of our fast attack submarines coming out and clearing the way, it's a suicide mission in undersea warfare. I'm not at liberty to go into the details of our submarine capability, but I'll say this. It's a no game. It's a no game. And I don't care what secret weapon we may have. It's still going to be a blunder if a suicide mission, if we, the United States of America, attempts that. Now, there could be some ultra super secret. All right, we'll see. But Suleiman, every asset that you've described in it, I listened carefully to what you said, is not going to cut it militarily. It's just bluster, stupid clown words. And I pray that the senior military leadership tells Trump to kiss their ass. They tell Hegseth and the JCS and CENTCOM, kiss my ass, sir. And I hope those naval commanders at the 05 level on those combatants say to their superiors, kiss my ass, sir, because as I talked to Boats, he was a deck plate sailor. He is going to tell his chief, WTF, the chief in that goat locker better be saying, what are we doing, sir? Are we going to get our men killed here, sir, for a stupid suicide mission? And that commanding officer's got blood on his hands. If he says, yeah, man, let's go die for America. No, kiss my ass. It's an unlawful order. Why is it unlawful, Suleiman? It's unlawful because you're literally placing men in harm's way without zero strategic mission of accomplishing any strategic mission other than a pure suicide mission. We have history. Naval officers are required to study naval history. We're required. It's beaten into us. It's drilled into us. It's inculcated into our, indelibly printed in our psyche. We read the laws of the sea. We read Alfred T. Mahan's Sea Power. We know about the Battle of Trafalgar. We study these battles. We read these battles. In Iran will be studied for 100 years from now in our military colleges. They played it by the book. I'm learning and amazed by it. But when I see my American strategic, of course, our leadership making insane blunders, I buried my son in that complete unlawful war that was good at weapons of mass destruction. And I buried many great men. I went to a personal funeral. I told the stories many times in the spaces. I was a part of that regime. I realized, I was in Beirut, Lebanon. I heard and I cried. I wept, literally wept when you put those women on, that Christian Lebanese woman on there. I don't care about what religion she is, but when she's talking about the stories, I wept. And I literally said, God, when is this going to stop? We cannot keep backing this up, America. We can't keep looking the other way. And you fat, dumbass Americans, I'm talking to you and myself, the only reason why Americans give a rip now is because of the fuel pump prices. Really? Don't go tell me what's for dinner, when's the barbecue, who's playing in the Final Four. I want to know what's happening in the world. Blood is on our hands. Blood is on our hands. We have to get loud on this. And I'm sorry I'm getting you loud, Suleiman. Please forgive me, sir. But it's really making me angry. There's no win in this, sir. But I believe that Trump's going to push this just like the Gulf of Tonkin incident. I always say there will be a final deal worked out in the background like the Paris Peace Accord in Vietnam. But in the meantime, thousands and thousands of lives are at risk, if not tens of thousands. And I believe we will see some kinetic unlawful war happening, and every American that's involved in it, blood's on your hands.
Can I say one thing? I agree with you 100%, but I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first war that America or the U.S. government or regime, whatever you want to call it, got us into, okay, without the American just jumping on board. In other words, from the outstart, I believe that the American people were generally against any military action. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think you're right, Boats. I think this is the first time we've ever seen where we don't have, like we saw what happened with after 9/11. You're absolutely right. This is true. That's a good point.
Cyrus,
yeah.
let me bring Cyrus in the conversation. Cyrus, you had the different military assets that are going to be used, right?
The ones you mentioned?
Yeah.
Yes, I listened to that. Yep.
What's your thoughts about that? What's your thoughts about how they're going to be used and how they're going to be deployed?
So again, that engagement envelope of 300 kilometers is key. If you guys research the SM-6 missile and the SM-3, mainly the SM-6, these are exquisite weapons, extremely effective, right? It works. However, each battle cruiser has 96 of them. All right. So, and for them to achieve a 90% plus probability of hit, they launch 2 missiles at it. That's how you get that high probability, right? So they can, at best case scenario, they can withstand 40 missiles, 50 missiles. And these missiles are very, very sophisticated. They take a long time to remake. For example, the THAAD missiles, the U.S. only produces 150 a year. I don't know the numbers for the SM-6, but I'm sure it's not a lot. And on those ships, they only have so many. So and mind you, I said the best they can achieve 90%, 92% success rate. So even if one of those missiles gets through and hits one of these large warships, it is a catastrophe. You're going to have immediately 50 to 100 sailors dead on the spot or very shortly after. That ship will immediately be incapacitated and immobilized. And it will be a huge, huge escalation. Then the U.S. can use that as a pretext. That's why the notion of the Gulf of Tonkin, I'm very alarmed. By the way, thank you for sending me that, Andrew. I just got eyes on it in the DM. And I didn't even think of that until I stepped in today in this space. Now I regret walking in. I'm going to lose sleep tonight. Because if Trump is that twisted and sick, and if he's that compromised, where Israel is dangling that compromat over his head, that's the only reason he would do that, because this is absolutely a parallel between the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and he's essentially knowingly will put large assets, sensitive, critical, strategic assets within range knowingly, and one of them will get hit. They're gonna one of those major ships will get hit for sure. There's no way around it. And what's the U.S. they're gonna do? They've already hit all the surface targets in Iran. That's why they stopped. There's nothing else to hit. All of the remaining forces of Iran, which is substantial in their missile and drone force, they're all hidden under 500 meters of mountain. Not even a nuclear bomb can take some of those things out. A nuclear bomb cannot take those hardened facilities out. Western analysts have said this. So That should tell you a lot. You cannot stop them from launching these heavy ordnance that are very accurate over and over and over and over again. You guys should visualize that. You saw the videos in Israel and in the Gulf. CNN just released footage from the ground. You saw the devastation those missiles caused, those Fateh 110 series. So the naval version is called the Nobeen, the Fateh Nobeen. And essentially it's a 300-kilometer range. It's pinpoint accurate. It has both satellite guidance and electrical optical. So it has independent guidance, that dual guidance, right? So these one of them will land. And that's all it takes. It's coming in Mach 3.5. Even if it didn't blow up, if a projectile that heavy hits a ship, even if it doesn't blow up, it's going to cause significant damage, let alone you have a 500-kilogram warhead, 110 pound, 1,100-pound warhead. That is a significant ordnance. You know, people who can't visualize the difference between a 90-kilogram warhead of the Shahed 136 and a Fateh 110 short-range ballistic missile. It's a massive difference. So, the road is bifurcated. Trump is either willingly and knowingly is trying to vanquish, to kill, 100 American sailors plus, and drag us into a deeper abyss. The only thing that would justify that is he's extremely compromised, and Israel is like, hey man, we're going to release this stuff, and only they have the compromise. If Trump truly is compromised, right? I give it a high likelihood, above 80%. Israel has the only copies of the compromat, right? So that's the whole point of it. The rest of it is just breadcrumbs. And even if they release the remaining 3 million Epstein files, a lot of high-ranking folks will be implicated, but not Trump. The true compromat of the people they want compromised, only they hold that, right? So if this does go down that route and Trump pushes, right, two things could happen. One, Iran can not be tricked into it and not attack, right? And Trump would be counting on that, be like, hey, Iranians have shown to be very rational and to not be tricked into it, because they went tit for tat in the escalation ladder in the 40 days. So, you know, one of three things could happen. One, it would immediately escalate. Iran will launch salvo after salvo of these coordinated attacks, or Iran will not fall for it, or Trump won't do it. It's a bluff. I'm hoping it's a bluff, that he's just running out of options, running out of time. He's thumping his chest, saber rattling. But in light of what Andrew brought with that document I read, the tweet, now I give it a 10% chance, because there's a high likelihood Trump is compromised. So if he's going to run that suicide gamut, we are in for a terrible, terrible next year. The Asian economies will be devastated, and it's going to trickle down to America. And within a year, we're going to, the American middle class will be broken. And that is what this country is built on. So let's see what happens.
This is a crazy, crazy level of escalation. Let's put it that way. Let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, exactly. There's literally no way that any of this even works. The Gulf of Tonkin incident is a great analogy. I mean, I haven't.
Auntie, I'm sorry to interrupt you 1 second. Yasin, I've seen your laughing emojis and your thumbs down. Suleiman will deal with you in a minute, but whilst Auntie's speaking, keep your mic muted. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I've not got the patience to keep muting your mic. I'll just drop you. So once Auntie's finished, Suleiman will deal with you, as will the panel. But until then, we have brought you up to speak, but just, be disciplined, have a bit of etiquette.
Why are you attacking him? He might not know how to use a mic.
Well, he's laughing when Cyrus was speaking,
Yeah,
and
but
he
he
was
might
giving a
think it's a
thumbs
game.
down.
He might think it's a game, like he might be pushing the button like excitedly.
Well, then he needs to keep his mic. I've muted his mic. Keep it. Don't touch anything on your space, on your phone,
You don't say that.
until
You
we
just drop
tell
the
you.
phone.
Yeah, go on, Andy.
You just drop the phone.
Yeah,
You
this
said don't
whole
touch
idea
anything.
of
You
Project
let go of the
Freedom
phone.
is absolutely stupid. I mean, there's literally no way to force the Strait open through military force. We've been saying this since we started this 65 days ago. It just cannot happen. Whether you send one destroyer in or 10, they are going to get significantly damaged or sunk. So this seems like a pretext that Trump's going to try to use if he actually goes through with it, to say, oh my God, they killed some of our sailors. We have to restart the war to avenge them, when Trump, if anything, wants to get some of our sailors killed, which is absolutely sickening. So then he can use that as the pretext to get support for the war. And it will not work, because this war already had limited support, and you're not going to have Americans, I think, are at the point now where they're not going to be like, oh, well, Trump sent some sailors to die in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's now support a war after our gas prices are already done. If they were like, they didn't even try the false flag here. They tried maybe some little thing, like little tiny attacks, but they didn't even try a big false flag because they knew Americans were too wise for that. Like, a lot of us are still brainwashed and uneducated on these issues, but they knew that even a false flag wouldn't work, because people like Tucker, Candace, Cenk Uygur, us, all of what would have sniffed it out a mile away and would have been like, this is obviously staged to drag us into war. Like, we're not doing this 9/11 thing again. So, yeah, I mean, they could try whatever they want, but I just don't. If Trump is really dumb enough to do it, like, more power to him. But it's just going to end in a complete disaster, and it's just going to wake even his most hardened supporters up to how big of a clown he is. Because when you say Iran has no navy and no air force and it's all decimated, but then they take out one of our destroyers, that takes this whole illusion of like, you can't hide a destroyer getting sunk. You can't hide a 500-foot military vessel going to the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz. No amount of censorship or shadow banning can hide that. You can hide some casualties or whatever, or the botched uranium extraction raid, but a whole ship getting sunk, that gets on video and that gets posted. There's no hiding that. Like, so if that happens, that's this whole facade of dominance that any people still have is completely and irreparably shattered. So if Trump wants to put all of the cards in to that basket, then that's it. Like, I don't think he's going to do it. I really don't think he's going to do it. I think this is bluster, and Iran's going to call his bluff.
Andy,
And
Andy,
yeah,
I argue that's already happened. That thin veneer of security. Once CNN came out with that report, I mean, have you seen the footage? I mean, these, like, they've hit 16 bases. 7 of them are devastated. I mean, these are heavy ordnance. You know, an 1,100-pound warhead, you know, coming in at near hypersonic speeds is devastating. And the footage I've seen, you know, that they're running skeleton crews at those bases in the very few hardened areas they have. They're running those bases from hotel rooms in Dubai. They're not even, I mean, we cannot function. And this has been, to your point, Andy, and again, I think the damage has been done. This was so unnecessary, because like, a superpower projects power. We don't use it, right? So we exposed our own weak hand, that a, you know, rising power like Iran, you know, they're a second-rate power, right? China, they call them, you know, China's in a league above, right? So if Iran can do this to the U.S., so all these bases, right? We didn't have to lose.
China would be able to wipe out our bases in South Korea and Japan within a half an hour of any conflict with them. We would have no chance at defending those bases. They would be destroyed.
I would give it more than 30 minutes. You know, I would give it a few weeks, but we would be under heavy barrages of various ordnance. I mean, yes, the end game is the same, right? So we didn't have to expose that. You know, there was no reason to bring it to kinetic. I mean, it just, look at how China's behaving. Look at how Russia's behaving. Russia would have never invaded Ukraine if we didn't keep pushing these countries into NATO. They drew their line. That the Russia-Ukraine war is America's initiative. Everyone wants to demonize Russia, but don't get me wrong, I'm no.
Exactly. They want to enrich themselves, and that they view this as, oh, who cares if millions of people die? They just thought, okay, we can weaken Russia. Oh, yay, a bunch of white Christians are killing each other, and that's what they want. They just want to see us kill each other off. And just like in the Middle East, they want to see Muslims die, and that's what the goal is. They want to see Christians die. They want to see Muslims die. The military-industrial complex gets rich. They do wealth extraction from Europe, and Europe suffers. America's suffering, and the wealthy Zionists are lapping up all the money. I was at a gas station today in my area. All the gas stations in my area today are now up to $5. Premium gas is $6.19. Regular gas, regular is $5. That's absolutely ridiculous. Like, it was a little above $3 before this war. It's just absolutely out of control. That's not right. That's not what Trump ran on. He ran on cheap gas. He's saying, oh, it's just a temporary detour. Yeah, we're well past temporary detour stage, and these gas price increases are only just beginning, because the strait's not magically opening tomorrow. So we're going to see 6, 7 before long. Like if we're going to see $6 by the end of this month.
Imagine how the Europeans feel. They already have gas prices 30-40% higher than ours, and now it's astronomical. And we're losing out. Just like we're pissed as Americans, imagine our allies are extra pissed. They said they have no say in it. At least we're in the driver's seat. They have.
I'm honestly I'm shocked there isn't more public pressure. It should just tell you how controlled these allied countries, like Spain, they're obviously taking a stand, but like the fact that they're not making firm public statements like, hey, Trump, just accept Iran's terms, move on. Like our economies are literally about to go under and we're about to be plunged into a recession. The fact that they're not making those statements literally means these leaders are willing to lose elections and lose their parties in power are all going to be swept out of office. Like, well, Keir Starmer, was done before this war regardless, but the fact that Keir Starmer is literally actively helping in this war and with the military bases and standing fully by Trump in this, and other countries aren't saying, hey, Trump, stop this war, and is action, and then you have like other leaders actively saying like any like the European EU commissioner Ursula van whatever her name is saying like any deal has to address the ballistic missile program. What leverage do you have to make Iran give up its missiles? Europe, you have no leverage. America, we have no leverage. Israel doesn't have leverage. Iran's the one demanding concessions, and you blundered into their trap by trying to take away their missiles. Iran was willing to make a nuclear deal, but Bibi's like, no, we want to get rid of their missiles and do regime change, and they effed around and found out because they were greedy. They couldn't accept a very good deal where Iran was willing to give up further enrichment and before the war and not go for a nuclear weapon, and Iran agreed. And Iran was never building a nuclear weapon, but now Iran's going to come out of this stronger. And the global economy is going to go under. And it's just stupid. And that's the greed of Zionism. It destroys everything it touches.
It's so funny that they've been saying, "Oh, we want to, make Iran weaker. Iran's dangerous," and everything we've done in the Middle East has made Iran stronger. Iran did not have Iraq in their orbit, and now they're super close. Iraq is 100% aligned with Iran, and that was a huge shift in power. We created a very strong alliance between two, inherently neutral countries towards each other. Now they're very close allies. That makes our hand weaker. And now with this action, we've completely shattered any confidence of security being under America's umbrella. That's why the UAE left OPEC. And essentially, the UAE leaving OPEC is like them leaving the GCC. The GCC is fractured. Their whole power was that they work in unison, and they started working. They started being that. If you recall, the war against Yemen, which in 2015 were turned into human tragedy. 40% of the children were malnourished. It was, it was not put on the news much, unfortunately. But if we didn't have independent media rolling as strongly then, and I'm not sure if Suleiman was active back then or not, but we didn't have the advent of what we have now. But that was an absolute human catastrophe that Saudi Arabia initiated just to stop a popular movement within Yemen. And UAE was joining in airstrikes with the Saudis. That shows the level of their alliance. And fast forward to this year, to 2025, where a Saudi airstrike took out a huge shipment of armored vehicles that was headed to Sudan, to the the Janjaweed militia, the Rapid Forces, whatever their name is, I forgot. So the rift went from an alliance to they're bombing each other. No one talks about this. This is very embarrassing for the GCC, which is essentially a construct of the West, right? So it goes to show that this was supposed to be a very unified effort, but Qatar left many years ago. Now the UAE left. So this war led to the full fracturing of the GCC, which is an American construct. It has put our entire AI investment pipeline in danger. All these pledges that the GCC made are now evaporating, right? And our stock market is riding on it. We require trillions of dollars of investment from these countries for this facade to continue.
Well, it's honestly good. I'd fine with taking a hit to the stock market if it means stopping the surveillance state, because this whole Palantir surveillance state is dead in the water without these trillions of dollars in Gulf money.
Yeah, that's a threat anyway. So I agree, but I don't disagree in any way, but however, even if they can't fund it, they're going to find another way to do surveillance on the population. What we really need to rely on is these forms, what we're doing now, where we vote the right folks in. That we have to trust our Supreme Court that as they try to encroach on our constitutional rights, they reach a threshold where there's a huge snapback and pushback where they just get smacked down by the Supreme Court. And I mean, our Constitution is not just hollow. It's really not. I mean, we are still protected, right? So let's not just give up and throw in the white flag like they're just steamrolling us. I think we're winning, right? I think we have a 20-year marathon, but we should be cautiously optimistic. But we should not wish for the crashing of the U.S. stock market, man. It's gonna cause a lot of mayhem in the U.S. markets and the U.S. economy. The middle class is already under pressure. You don't want people's retirement accounts wiped out. We want to slowly reel back our false strategy, our misguided strategy while Trump is here. When he leaves, hopefully whoever comes into power will take a stronger stance against the globalists.
Well, it depends on what we mean by the crashing of the stock market. If we mean the fake AI bubble, that's one thing. Because that's fake. It's not real. It's like artificially inflated. So
I understand. Well, so no, for sure. No, I agree with that. Yeah. That's a separate subject. The AI, if it seems like it's a bubble, and if it's a bubble, it should dial back and deflate to the level it needs to be.
Because it allows people like Trump to say, "Oh my God, we have the hottest economy ever. It's growing at 4%." No, our economy is doing horrible. Job growth is stagnant or negative. But then you can say the stock market's doing great. And people who have big stock portfolios are doing great, but a lot of people aren't doing great. So it allows Trump to, and anyone in power, just like under Biden, the economy wasn't doing good either. But Biden's like, the stock market's going up. But then Trump got voted in because people are like, so half the country doesn't own stocks. And now under Trump, we're seeing the same thing. Trump's doing the same exact thing Biden said. Oh, the stock market's doing great. But people are like, yeah, but rank and file people don't own a bunch of stocks. So it's the same exact concept. Like, the stock market didn't represent the economy under Biden, and it doesn't represent the economy under Trump.
Well said. That's exactly right.
So
I just want to make one quick point. Can I make one quick point? I just want to. I'm just focused on one major thing: that this war that's going on now, or this conflict, or whatever the hell whatever they frame it, however they frame it, it was inevitable. It would have went down no matter how or when, but it had to happen because it's a civilizational war. It started attacking Russia, which is a Christian Islamic country fighting against Western liberal imperialism, which is a worldview that they try to impose on the world. And you're fighting an ideology that's steeped in monotheism that they feel they're representing mankind. This is a war that was inevitable, that had to come. We are involved right now in a deep. Iran is committed to the very end. The people in Iran are committed to the very end to fight this out. However, which way this lieutenant, Pete Hegseth, wants to fight this war, or whoever's organizing what they're doing, it doesn't mean, we're waiting for you. That's the answer you get. If you want to be an aggressor and attack, we're waiting for you. The decision has already been made. We are waiting. Come.
So from what I'm reading on, hey guys, hi everybody, thank you for giving me a mic. I hope everybody's having a good night. But I'm getting my updates from Suleiman's profile. So what Monday looks like it's going to get hot and heavy, get more kinetic in Iran. So I think I heard somebody on his space say, it's not a good idea, and he would be dumb if he does that. But that's the whole point. I mean, he is going to do that. If he doesn't do it tomorrow, it's going to happen. There's no coming out of this, There's no way Trump gets to just say, okay, that's enough. We're going to leave now. None of that. We are in it. We're in it no matter what. This is a terrible decision, of course, but we shouldn't even be in it in the first place. But we know that we're in it. So buckle up. here we go.
How bad do you think it gets, Casey?
You said, how bad do I think it gets? I think it gets as bad as it needs to get, and bloody as it needs to get. They are going to try to put boots on the ground. I'm trying to read like what their plan is. I don't even know. Like maybe it's me, English is my second language, but the plan it looks ridiculous, whatever the slight bit of plan that they gave us. I don't know how they think they're going to do any of what they're talking about. But you know what? I'm not shocked that you're seeing some level of ramp up, whether even if it's right now coming, in literature, like it being written and everything, because I listened to some of the pundits, and over the weekend, people started talking about this whole, we need to get the uranium thing. That discussion started coming up on some of these panels and stuff. And I was like, they're still talking about this? It's insane. But it doesn't matter what the reason is. Eventually, there will be boots on the ground. Boots on the ground to do what? I don't know. To be suicide tripwires or whatever. This is going to be a bloody mission. There's no reason for this at all, but there's no stopping it. There's no reverse gear. We're in it. We're in it, no matter what. Regardless of how the American people feel about it, we're in it. And what's going to be fascinating to watch is these people who are paid to say that, well, I'm still going to support Trump because if we're in a war now is not the time for me to turn my back on my president, because if the Democrats come, it would be worse. Like, if we're going to be in war, do you think it would be worse if a Democrat was here? And they're just going to make up more stories about it. And I think that is very treasonous to me, traitorous to lie to the American people like this. We have no business. We should have never been. February 28th should not have happened. No, the JCPOA should have never been ripped up. That, at least that much. Qasem Soleimani, all of that. There was no reason for any of this at all. And Iran has shown so much restraint with America, considering things like that, like considering the killing of Qasem Soleimani, considering a lot these sanctions, a lot. They've always been pretty much diplomatic. Iran was not an imminent threat to America. They just simply weren't. Not to the point where we're about to go and sacrifice American lives. We're going to take a bunch of Americans and send them all the way to another country that I keep hearing about this mountainous terrain. I can only imagine. And to be just slaughtered for, I guess, a reason to escalate to a different level. But understand, the same people who run Israel, who run America, who run Netanyahu, because I don't say Netanyahu really runs Trump, like it looks like that, but it's people bigger than him or whatever. This is what they want. This is why Trump was allowed to be president, for the war with Iran. So buckle up. There's no coming out of this. And here we go. Yeah, I think it's going to get bad. I'm not saying it's going to get bad in 3 days, but it gets bad. It gets bad. There's no get good about this. I believe in God, but there's no get good about this. This is the plan.
I think the military movements and the mobilization it would take for anything like that, it would be so evident just from the orders that are being given to the different units. All that would come out. Nothing indicates that, and that's a good thing. So, unless this new Gulf of Tonkin kind of theory that Trump is going to use that as pretext to escalate, that would be the same outcome. It would be it's a suicide mission for the region and for our economy. I just don't see Trump wanting to have that legacy. Even if he's compromised, he's going to push back as much as he can. And I do think he's compromised. Unfortunately, I think that a lot of evidence points to that. Even then, I think he ran on an anti-war campaign. And so many Americans would die if it would take 500,000 American troops, ground troops, and you could easily, at the minimum, count on 50,000 American dead and double the amount wounded, 100,000 wounded, badly wounded, and 50,000 dead over a period of a few years, with 1 million Iranians dead, mostly civilian. So that's the other end game. I just don't think the world has an appetite for that. America, certainly, the American public don't want to see one more casket wrapped in with an American flag on it sent home. we're just not there. And even I think if one of our ships gets hit, I don't think that's going to rally American public support. I just don't see that happening. So I think this is saber rattling 90%, 95%. But boy, that 10% is scary.
Yeah, I did the way this escalating into some full on ground invasion. That's just not going to happen. I could see maybe some stupid attempt to take an island, but we haven't massed the forces for that. It's impossible to invade Iran. We don't have forces massed in a border, and we can't mass hundreds of thousands of troops anywhere to invade. Where we can't invade from Iraq, we don't control there. Afghanistan's ran by the Taliban. Pakistan's not going to let us mass troops there. Like
It's
you
just
think
Kuwait, and Kuwait could not protect even that airbase. I mean, they would be sitting ducks. It
yeah,
would
and
it would
there's
take them months to stage. It would literally take them 2 months to
exactly.
stage.
Every time, if we put troops there, Iran would just blow them up with missiles and drones. Iran's not going to say, "Okay, we're going to let you stash 500,000 troops there." So no.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just this. There's no, and all the generals are in Trump's ear, telling this to him daily. I'm telling you, they are not shy. And Andrew can speak to this. He's interacted with these folks, and they are not shy to talk about it. Even with Trump firing a lot of the brass. You're only going to find so many sycophants. They're very few, very few. That military honor. I'll remind everybody. Military officers, they swear and lift their hand to serve the Constitution, not the executive branch, not the president. So these are honorable people, and they are not going to be easily moved by Trump's bullying. So. I think this is saber rattling. This is not going to go to ground invasion, and I think the blockade. My prediction is I'm getting a lot of pushback, trying to kind of make this assertion everywhere I can that the blockade will be lifted in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I follow the energy markets and the volatility index, both in the energy markets and in the stock market. I mean, we have no appetite for it. We are walking on very thin ice, and if that ice gives, I mean, it is over. It is not easy to pull major economies, industrialized economies that we heavily rely on in the West. We've hollowed out our industrial base. It's all in Asia, from Vietnam to China. Um, it's all there. All your products, and not to mention urea that goes into fertilizer for big agricultural communities like California, Chile. All your food prices will be 50% higher. Gas prices will hit $7-8. All this is coming, and you don't have to wait long. So Trump knows this. All the economists are in his ear. All the military leaders are in his ear. This is saber rattling. He's stuck. Trump is in a classic stalemate. He cannot escalate any further. He's embarrassed. The Iranians gave him a very nice off ramp, where he gets off with no major blemishes. And gave him an off ramp to negotiate and soften the blow of the loss. It's a clear L for the U.S. And Iran is so crafty and so diplomatic that they're actually giving Trump an off ramp to save face. Trump must take it. We have about 3-4 weeks left. That's it, guys.
Exactly. If this continues on, all it's going to do is you're going to get more. Let's say this goes kinetic again. More stuff in Iran's going to get destroyed. More stuff in the Gulf's going to get destroyed. More stuff in Israel's going to get destroyed. It's going to drag on for a few more months. And then Iran's going to get all of the same concessions, probably more. And it's going to be worse for the global economy.
Yeah, the only differing point of opinion I have is because of the undue and unbelievable influence of the Israel lobby. There's just Trump under this administration. They're not going to make a deal with Iran because it would make Iran flourish in no time. In 3-4 years, Iran's economy will triple. You know what I mean? They have immense human capital. They already have an industrial base. Because then that would concede that, hey, Iran is a bona fide power. They earned it, and they actually have a lot of friends around the world. And now the U.S. will bring them into the world community because that's been the only block. Just like the U.S. has blocked all of the UN's resolutions where the entire world was supporting to give the Palestinians their two-state solution a long time ago. 1967 resolution that would have prevented all this murder and the genocide. We have a genocide on our record, folks. I mean, let's not take that lightly. This is the pits of humanity. This is as low as you can get. This is as bad as it gets. And America's dragged through that sewer pipe with Israel, and now we have to stand in there for the history. You can't undo that. You cannot undo that. We're complicit. We paid for those bombs. We gave $18 billion, 18.4, something like that, billion dollars. Normally it's 3.8 billion, 4 billion. 18 billion, all in 2,000 pound, not even 500 pound bombs. Why didn't they buy 500 pound bombs? All in 2,000 pound. Do you guys realize the amount of destruction that ordinance brings? You know how many
Yeah.
thousands we sold to Israel? We didn't sell Israel, gave to Israel for free with our taxpayer dollars. You guys are busting your ass. I'm talking to my American brethren here. And, we bust our ass working, giving 30 to 40% of our taxes, and a nice portion of that was spent on bombs to drop on women and children. We have to wake up every morning and remind ourselves of that. Like that should be at the crux of your thinking on how you engage and interface with your leadership. This is a big deal because this is reputational. This is not a stain you can just wipe off and put some bleach on it and come out, bleach white. That it doesn't work like that. So we need to make it immediate about face. You pivot completely away from Israel and treat them just like anybody else. You do savage shit, you're gonna get dealt with, by the international community. Everyone's gonna ostracize you. That's how people like that. Look, that's what we did to Germany, didn't we? At least they had the decency to hide their crimes. Israel puts it in 4K and celebrates and goes to vacated Palestinian homes and puts on women's underwear and dances, does weird shit. Who does that? And then shoots Palestinian kids with sniper rifles, films it as they're cheering and they're trying to pick out their target. You hear their spotter be like, "Hey, do you want to shoot the kid with the yellow jacket, or do you want to shoot the kid with a short sleeve shirt?" These are videos that are out there. Are you kidding me? So this is a issue that goes beyond global power politics and positioning and posturing and oil markets.
Yeah,
And
and what frustrates me is you still have Democrats saying the fall of Trump with his failed war in Iran is just like Hitler's failed war in Europe. And it's like, can we please stop with the freaking Hitler comparisons with Trump? Trump is absolutely failing, but it's like it's a completely different circumstance. And when you're trying to criticize Trump and compare him to Hitler, it's just such a stupid and lazy historical comparison. Like it's just stupid. Like that's the type of like lazy comparison that people aren't going to hear any type of criticism of Trump. If you say compare Trump to Hitler, people are immediately not even going to hear anything that you have to say at that point because it's just stupid and people are going to be like, okay, this person's unintelligent. Like if you say like, hey, this is a horrible war, it's destroying the economy, that's a valid criticism. When you say this is like Hitler's moment and you compare it to Hitler, people are immediately going to tune out anyone has to say. And I see these Democrat influencers comparing Trump losing to Iran to Hitler losing World War II, and it's like,
it's outrageous. It's
yeah, Hitler
outrageous.
fought 3 world superpowers. Trump lost
And
to
and
the
and
Middle Eastern.
also the biggest difference is this. This is huge, Andy. Say what you want about Hitler, and I'm not saying he's a good man, anything like that. I'm not his supporter or anything like that, right? But say what you want about him. Despite his distorted view, he thought he was doing the best for the German people. 100% he believed he's doing his best for his people. 100%. You cannot take that away from him. He loved his people. Trump is doing all this to the detriment of the American people. He is beholden to a foreign power, and he goes there and kisses the ring. He pulls out a chair for a foreign leader. He was doing a humiliation ritual he's allowing this tiny country to humiliate us. I mean, and who's
Hold on, hang on for 1 minute. Joe Biden, okay, when he was in office, okay, these senators not only lied to their constituents, lied to their people, okay, and the American people paid for the bombs. These people flew over to Israel and put their signature on the bombs going into Gaza. So, I mean, these people are worse than Hitler. They go and sign the bombs personally.
Yeah, Nikki Haley was signing freaking bombs. She's absolutely disgusting. She's a reprehensible human being.
they relish in it? There's a sadistic element to this. They have watch parties and picnics where in Israel where they take the high ground and watch Israel
Oh
shell
my
and bomb.
God, Cyrus, you're giving me PTSD, bruv. Joke,
It's-
I ain't that weak, but this is what these Zayos did. They put my name on a missile as they used it in Israel to kill innocent Palestinians. Why are you laughing, Cyrus?
Are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
No
I
way.
would be honored if my name got put on a bomb. That would mean
Well,
a
I'm
ton.
not honored because they used it to kill kids. I don't want my name
No,
to
I
kill a
no
kid
that
as
no
invited him.
not that they killed kids, but that means that you have done enough. That it means that you have been enough of a thorn in their side, destroying their distorted worldview. That means they view you as a threat.
Yeah, you're a
Yeah,
major
obviously
figure.
they see me as a threat. That's how me
That's
and
if you did.
Cenk got to know each other because they put mine and his name on there.
Wow. Unbelievable. I
Um,
laughed because I thought that's unbelievable. Wow.
Zios, bro, Zios, and it was me, Cenk. Who else? It was because this was like right at the start of October 2023. So it was me, Cenk, Andrew Tate, I think Jake Shields. I think it was us four.
Have you seen Andrew Tate like totally turned Zionist recently?
Yeah, he's got totally different positions now. But
What the hell happened?
at that time,
Money.
Yeah, I
he
know
was
that.
yeah.
I know what you're. I know that.
Because
But
that's why they put all our names on the missile.
why do you
But,
think he
one
changed?
thing is quickly. Sorry, 1 second, bro. You keep interrupting. One thing is, I got some breaking news to give. Let me quickly give this because that's the reason I jumped out of it. Because it's very important. Because obviously, when there was not much news, we weren't giving news. But now there's a lot of news coming out. It does seem like a second leg of the war has started. I've coined it the Strait of Hormuz War, or however you want to call it. But it's This is Ambassador Mike Waltz has now made a statement. And it seems like this is how he sees it. He says, regardless of how you feel about the conflict over their nuclear program, Iran laying sea mines indiscriminately in international waters and attempted to tow civilian commercial ships is illegal and unacceptable. Unfortunately, there will be future conflicts, and whether it's the Strait of Malacca or Gibraltar or Hormuz, the world cannot allow the president to stand that one side can try to punish the world's economies in an attempt to gain leverage with the other side. The US and Gulf partners will lead the way to defend global freedom of navigation. So what they're doing is basically reframing this war into a war about the Strait of Hormuz. So I am expecting some of it to start getting kinetic and escalate, but what they're going to do is escalate it a bit more. So this is that's it. Jackson Hinkle was on there as well. No, it wasn't. It was just Jackson was on there as well. So yeah, this is what we're talking about again. So yeah, that's what he's doing. He's reframing this. Someone else mentioned this, that this is going to be a form of escalation like they did in Vietnam. Seems like it's clearly going to be the case. And they want to try and frame it as like Iran being the aggressor because they know they've come across as the bad guys and the aggressors. So this is interesting to say the least. Would anybody want to jump in on thoughts on that?
Yeah, Suleiman, let me ask you something.
Oh, sorry, just before you do jump in, Ali, I'm going to give it straight to you. Just a quick one, guys, just before whoever wants to jump in jumps in. Two things. In the YouTube, there's a tweet I've pinned, and in the X comments, it's a tweet that I've pinned. And it's on the Strait of Hormuz. I wrote a Substack article on it, ironically. Perfect timing for this war, and it probably will give you an indication of why they've done this escalation, because what that article shows is that there was no US blockade. Ships were going out. More than 200 ships went out of the Strait of Hormuz. The US only commandeered about 4 or 5, and they claim that they turned back about 30 somewhere, but there's only evidence for 7 of them. So it just demonstrates unequivocally that the blockade was failing. It demonstrates Iran was winning. It shows Iran made $5 billion. This has been a huge amount of success for Iran in terms of how badly the US has failed in the blockade. So what I want you to do is obviously go to the Substack. I don't know what you do. Just go to the tweet in the nest, retweet it, quote tweet it. And if you're on Substack, give it a follow. We are streaming now on Substack as well. We just need to figure out how to do it where the other person can be shown, where they're not actually from Substack. But yeah, that should be really good. Make sure you do that. Who was going to jump in? Was Ali, I think. Go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, I lost my thought, but I'm sorry.
No problem, no problem. Let's go to Casey. Casey was going to jump in, right, Casey?
Yeah, I was, because I retweeted your Substack actually right as I got on the space, and yeah, this is a good timing that you wrote that, because so it says a lot. Like, so there was really no blockade. So now it's even worse. Like Trump is probably looking like they didn't really put any hardcore leverage on Iran. They're not this. That's why this whole thing's been a waste of time. So of course, they're gonna go kinetic, and you could tell the news is coming out. And this is the thing to always remember, that on February 27th. The Strait of Hormuz was open just fine and free. It was free too. So, like this is of America's making, okay? America first and Israel. Like I'm saying America first as in us first, then Israel. Because you know why? I'm not doing this anymore. Like, oh, Israel dragged us. No, there's a bunch of humans and adults in the White House. And at some point, somebody should have came out and said, we don't want to do this. And they're probably going to start knocking us all off. So when you see us start dying, it's because we didn't want to, go to war with Iran. But these type of things don't happen, right? The American people don't get the truth. So this is our war. You swallowed this war. This is our war. And Americans will die in this war because Israel would not put boots on the ground. So you don't even have to worry about that. So yeah, never forget, on February 27th, Strait of Hormuz was open just fine for free. You didn't have to worry about anything. This is what they're trying to base this war off of. And they're going to try to make it seem like, you see how Iran is an aggressor? Look at what they did with the Strait. Why were you in their neighborhood bothering them? People have a right to defend themselves in any way possible. They're a sovereign nation. And that's what you want to take away from them. So get ready again. Get ready.
I remember my thought, just very quick. From the very beginning of this country, the ideology manifested into what they call the, manifest destiny. And these people, these Anglos that came to America, okay, they applied this concept, okay, that the Indians, and we know the history, they were Amalek, they were savages, and everything we were taught on how this country came together proved to be a lie. Most Americans don't know that the war in 1812, okay, there were slaves that freed themselves and were the vanguard leading the British to burn down basically Washington, D.C. Okay, so the point what I'm trying to bring out is that this country was built on expansion from the very beginning. And it's expanding, and now it realizes that it lost its seat at the table on the world stage. Nobody trusts this government anymore, not even the American people. So whatever this regime, I call it, does, okay, it's doomed to fail. Why is it doomed to fail? Because they're on the wrong side of history, and they are being held to account. And they're doing everything they can to try to save something that is destined to die. And that's the bottom line. We're in a civilizational war, whether we like it or not.
So, Lima, I'd like to make some comments regarding the sanctions and their effect. People don't really imagine the amount of economic pain and suffering that the U.S., not only onto Iran, but into any country that it starts to sanction heavily. It's economic warfare, and it is collective punishment against the people who they're supposed to be able to go there and help, right? The U.S. is saying, oh, we love the Iranian people. We're going to come save you, rescue you. If you cared so much, you wouldn't put Iran in a situation where there are people dying because of lack of access to medicine or medical devices. I mean, this is savage behavior. The people throw the word sanctions around. You mentioned Iran made $5 billion here, this and that. So Iran is definitely beating the blockade. Everything you said is accurate, but let's not forget, whatever money they're making because of the higher oil prices, Iran is under a lot of duress, and it's very unfair because the people who've suffered are the Iranian middle class, is super hardworking people. During my time when I worked there as an American businessman, bringing in American medical technology and medicines, that was my field. I did that for 8 years to 10 years and 8 years of actually doing it and conducting business with the approval of the U.S. Treasury Department. There was a lot of activity before Trump came, tore up the JCPOA, did additional sanctions that are draconian. that is absolutely criminal. You know, let's not underscore how criminal sanctions can be, and the fact that it's collective punishment. You know, it's a couple of notches more humane than the aid that they cut off to Gaza, which during the genocide they committed. You know, it's in the same realm. You know, when you cut off access to critical goods and medicines that lead to losses that you can count. These are demonstrable lives that are lost in the tens of thousands. So, I mean, we are behaving like murderers. You know, this is not how a country with Christian values behaves, or any, you know, if you were part of any of the Abrahamic religions that, you know, talks about justice and God being, you know, merciful, and to be a, you know, kind, servants of God, you know, all that's garbage. If we're behaving like this, we're not acting like we're Christians. We're not acting like we're people of God as a country. You know, this is not the values that we're promoting to the world, that we're like, hey, we're this great power. And, you know, what we're promoting is, that image is crashing. Our reputation is in the gutter, even amongst our allies. You know, the rest of the world was maybe at best neutral, maybe favorable. Any favorable views are gone. And now we are seen as bullies, savages, goons. And it seems like we're intransigent. We're not making any behavioral changes. It's a slow process. The only positive thing is that they're exposed. The only positive thing that's come out of this, all these human tragedies, is that the veil is taken off. The true face of the globalists are exposed. Their contempt for the populations that they serve, their constituents, they see us as below them, and that they can make decisions on our behalf because we don't have the cognitive ability to see what's right and right, you know, wrong and right. It's exposed, so it accelerates this noticing and awakening, and that's our only hope. So you know, all we can do is keep pushing the truth, and hope that cooler heads will prevail. But you know, Iran has put the U.S. in a position where the global economy is at stake. There's no favors. The U.S. is not backing down because they're being nice. They would have destroyed Iran in a heartbeat. You know, may destroyed their country like they did Syria, with Lebanon. You know, their goal is to turn Iran into a failed state. That's the neo-Zionist mission, the expansionist mission that they're on. They want to turn the whole neighborhood into destitute, poor, hungry countries where they're into their actual right, and by way of their hardworking populations, that they deserve a decent life, and they had a decent life. These people were living and minding their own business. Who are we to pull up with tanks and bombs and level their countries? It's outrageous, you know. And luckily, now the public perception in the West that had been so distorted for so long due to the legacy media, you know, the independent media changed everything. It absolutely shook up the world, you know. And Suleiman, you're a part of that, the forefront of that spearhead, you know, that first Cavalier group, and you guys are pushing, you know. But the movement's growing, and you know, our vote does count, you know. And the American public is the most important audience, because we're the superpower. We're allowing Israel to behave this way. We need to, if America changes its ways and we go back to serving the greater good of America and the humanity, immediately we'd be treated differently. It would be wildly popular again. America was super popular. Everyone wanted to be here. Everyone wanted to learn our culture. Now we're looked at as mean and nasty people. You know, like, we want our reputation back. What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead, Andrew, and then we'll go to Veritasity. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, go ahead, Suleiman. Veritas, I was just going to add on to what Cyrus said and what Ali said, and all of us were on the same sheet of music. America is in derision. We're in open shame, as is National Zionist Israel, and rightfully so, until that's changed. But, yep. Sorry.
No, great points, Andrew. Always love your thoughts and input. Let's go to who we're gonna. I was gonna go to someone. Oh, Veritasity. Go ahead, Veritas. Actually, he was on the chat, and he was saying he's having issues, so maybe he can't actually speak. That is a possibility. Let's go to who have I brought up now? I'll bring some people up. There's people requesting. Here we go. Cool. Okay, let's go to Obi-Wan. Go ahead, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan? Okay, let's go to Pyro. Okay, this is
Pyro?
hilarious. Let's go to Gigi.
Evening. What are the chances that they are putting out all this news for Iran, but really they may focus on something like Russia or Africa, Mali, and all those places?
I actually don't get your question.
Well, today they droned a residence building in Russia, and Mali is pretty heated up.
Who's there?
Ukraine, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So, do we think that this might be a well, for two
I still
reasons.
don't get your
One's for the
question.
stock market.
I don't
Well,
get your question marking because I don't. The reason I'm asking is because it seems like what you're suggesting is like the Iran thing is what, like a bait and shift, a bait. It sounds like you're saying it's a bait and switch for something else, but we're seeing Iran.
yes,
But that makes. Why do you think that makes no sense whatsoever?
because it doesn't make sense that they're starting this up again, although they probably will. But
Because why do you think they went to war with Iran? I'm asking a question. Why do you think they went to war with Iran?
there's several reasons because because of the oil, because of the power situation, because of
Power situation. What
Israel.
does that mean?
Well, they're extending it because Iran is exerting power because of Israel pushing them.
How was Iran exerting power?
By meeting them with force with everything that the US did. So they exerted power.
No, I'm not asking what happened during the war. I'm saying why did they go to war with Iran? You're saying Iran exerted power, but Iran didn't exert any power before the war. Iran was just minding its own business.
Okay, fair. So let's just go back to the basics because of Israel then.
Okay, so the war happened because of Israel. Okay, and why? So you accept from that Israel wants this war. Israel wants the destruction of Iran, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, has Iran been destroyed? Or is it still a problem for Israel? From
They're
Israel's
still
perspective?
existing.
Yeah.
Again,
that's my-
I mean I get all these points, but my point
No.
was,
The
is
reason
there
I'm
a
walking you through
possibility?
this is because you're trying to suggest that this is a bait and switch. For it to be a bait and switch, then it has to be that wasn't the original goal. But Iran was always the goal. Like Israel doesn't care about anything else as much as it cares about the destruction of Iran. So how can it be a bait and switch? The reason I walked you through that was
Have they not done a bait and switch for the last few weeks?
How have they done a bit? No, first of all, we'll come to that in a second. Can you explain your point? Because that makes no sense.
Well, you're saying that it's ridiculous for it to be a bait and switch, but I feel like they've been pushing the whole bait and switch concept for the last few weeks.
What, they stopped, they didn't put a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz? They didn't kill Lebanese people? Where's the bait and switch?
They didn't take it to the full extent that they said they would. Yes, they did a blockade, but it wasn't a full blockade because that wasn't possible. So technically it's a bait and switch.
How is that a bait and switch then? That all it was is
It may not be a bait and switch to you, but it's a bait and switch to me because they weren't able to accomplish it fully.
Yeah, okay, that just makes no sense. But coming back to the point, your suggestion is this, and this is why I have a problem with your suggestion. You seem to suggest that this war, which has been going on for 66 days, 39 kinetic, 20 whatever not kinetic, but in that
Not
20,
the war. Not the war.
What?
Not the full war. Just that they will start something to the extent that they're insinuating tomorrow.
I really don't know what you're saying. Casey, can you help me out? I really
Okay.
don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
Well,
Because
then
what you're
let's just skip
suggesting
it.
is, no, because what you suggested when you came up was, and by the way, nothing stopped. Because during these alleged ceasefire, they still were bombing Lebanon. There's still a war going on in Lebanon.
Every single day, and every single day they're killing
exactly.
someone. Yes.
So there's no bait and switch. Israel wants war with Iran. Israel wants Lebanon. Why would they do a bait and switch and then Israel be like, actually, guys, that was never the goal. It's actually, we're literally going after Ukraine and Mali, which already there was a war going on with Ukraine anyway. That just doesn't make sense
Not
to
a
me.
full bait and switch. I meant we said we're doing this tomorrow, but we're really not doing this tomorrow. We're doing it next week. We're distracting you to do something else. That's what I meant, but that's okay. I'm too tired to go further with this, so we can leave it. Thank you.
Let's please do, because I was going to ask somebody else to explain it to me because I was like, what is going on here? Okay. Cool. Deep conversation.
Deep in that, if I could just comment, I heard your voice and I hear you, dear heart. You can tell you're very tired. We all get that way. And I think you had a thought, but I think you sleep on it, get some good rest, and then let's look at it again. I'm not calling you out other than saying it honestly didn't make sense what you were saying, honestly, and I say that in love.
But regarding the Mali situation and Russia,
Received.
regarding Mali and Russia, that's just Western, the legacy media propaganda to try to make Russia, that's like their whole thing is falling apart. I mean, Mali is a unstable country to begin with. Russia's been holding their government together, trying to make sure that it doesn't spiral into chaos and anarchy. And that's their thing. I'm not one to comment on Russian foreign policy, but I know that they're trying to stabilize the country, and there's a lot of pushback. There's outlets like the Telegraph, this and that. They're trying to smear Russia essentially with these, and it's nonsensical because Mali is a very insignificant strategic region. Russia has Wagner type forces there. They don't even have their military, and they're doing it. They've done a pretty decent job holding that country together. And without them, that country would be absolutely in mayhem and in anarchy. So, for better or for worse, at least we know they're stable. They're a stabilizing force.
Yeah. By the way, guys, just to let you know, I'm just getting this right. On the channel, the Moral Resistance channel, I did a video. It's like 40 minutes long, and it basically explains the first 60 days of the Lebanon-Israel war in detail. So it's definitely worth checking out. I think it's going to be a really good video for anybody who's thinking, look, I know there's war going on in Lebanon, but I wonder what the specifics are in terms of what's happening. And I think that video really does explain it. So definitely check that out. It's going to go live like after the space, but maybe you'll watch it after the space, maybe not. But if you want to watch it later, you can do so as well. Casey, is there any other points you want to make?
I mean, I'm just expecting us to be doing the back to 24 hours real soon. And, kicking it. I'll try to see what I can do about my schedule, because as much as people are thinking like this is saber rattling, and maybe it is for like a little bit, I just feel like soon it's going to get hot again. I don't see it any other way. They don't care about midterms. They don't care like, oh, this is going to look bad for the midterm. They don't care. They already have a team out to get people to think that this is all good for America, that Trump is doing good. So they're not worried about that. And guess what? Democrats, they don't seem to be that concerned about it either. They're not going to impeach Trump. Everybody's on the same page, doing the same thing. So I'm just waiting for that moment so we can come back in, lock in on that 24 hours. And I hate to put you guys through that because, that's a lot, but this isn't going to stop. It feels like it's going to ramp up quickly too. It does feel that way.
Wait, why are you trying to push 24 hours back on me for, bro?
My bad. I mean, I'm sorry. That's why Trump.
Why you do a brother dirty like that for? Why you do a brother dirty like that for, blood?
I'm not trying to be dirty, but like if my president.
This one like Tevez, bro. This one like no one like Tevez, bro. That was a dirty one, not.
I know. But I'm just saying, like, if my president could actually grow a pair and say enough, just enough. Right? But it's just enough,
Hilarious.
He won't. So I'm sorry, but I'll be here definitely supporting. So it's not just gonna be you.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay, cool. Let's go to who else? Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, someone's messaging me. Oh, by the way, guys, we've got two awesome, like we've got loads. So tomorrow, just so everybody knows, we're gonna be back earlier. We're gonna be back at 12:30. By the way, have your notifications on because we could be back sooner. If something happens in the naval aspect, let's say like, Trump takes the Navy shape and then things go boom, boom, then we'll start a space immediately. So watch out for that, have your notification on. So there's a chance we could end up starting the space around like 4 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Eastern. So be ready for that, could be in 5-6 hours. But if nothing crazy happens, then we'll be back tomorrow, just so everyone's aware, at 12:30. So we're going to be back earlier than usual, 12:30, which is 5:30 p.m. And separate to that, we have Pepe Escobar coming on. We've got Anthony Aguilar coming on tomorrow, and we've got Mohammed Khaled, who's a Lebanese journalist. And you notice, I'm trying my best to get a Lebanese journalist every day because lest we forget, they want us to forget about what's happening in Lebanon, but I'm not going to allow that to happen. So too much destruction is happening in Lebanon, and we're gonna speak about it. We're not gonna let it go. So we got him coming on, and as you know, we had a Lebanese journalist on today. We also had a journalist who's been to both on the ground in Lebanon and in Iran, and we had the one and only legend that is Larry Johnson on today. But anyway, tomorrow that's what we've got, and then Tuesday, just so you're aware, we've got what's his name again? Who we got? Tuesday we've got Scott Ritter, and Tuesday we've got the debate with Casey's best mate, Rabbi Shmuley. So that's going to be good.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Remember,
I can't wait to hear that one.
yeah. Hey, don't forget with Scott, don't say boots on the neck, silly. Just
I'm going to mention it. I'm going to say Scott. That kind of went viral for
you
me.
should have seen your face, Suleiman, when he went like that. Your eyes got really big and go.
It's awkward because, like, I'll be honest, I like him. So it's like you don't know what to do in that situation. You don't want to alienate him. I think I made the right decision the way I dealt with it. I could have obviously been a bit harsh, but I think I did the right thing.
You did. You did.
But I don't know. We'll see how I deal with Rabbi Shmuley because he is a unique specimen. Let's put it that way. It's going to be interesting to say the least when it comes to the rabbi on how to deal with him. But yeah, I don't know if I did the right thing, but I've got this interview. But I think it's too late now. I can't change it. I think I should have done the other way around, but I didn't. But there's two important things, guys. So on this channel, you'll see, if you go to click on the tweet in the nest, it's got the Larry Johnson interview. But also you'll see that there is the, what did I call it? I called it the Lebanese-Israel 2026 War Explained for Dummies. Like, the whole thing, you guys know what Dummies Guide is. What are you laughing for, blood?
No, that's a perfect title. Your Epstein for Dummies is a perfect one too.
Yeah, so it's the Lebanon-Israel 2026 War Explained for Dummies. And it actually does bring you up to 60 days, up to what's happened. Like, if you saw the interview we did with the journalist, and if you'd already read the Substack article and watched this video that we produced yesterday, you would have seen that we'd covered a lot of that in detail. Like, you'll actually get it. And I talk about some of the Christian, like Chrissy, I know you're, Chrissy's a very strict, like in terms of devout Christian. And you'll see, like, for example, in that video, Christian villages that have been targeted, Christian places that have been targeted, churches, monasteries for nuns. They killed a Christian priest. I don't know if you're aware of that, but they actually killed a Christian priest a week ago. I didn't, like, some of us may have missed that because of so much that's going on. So that video, it's a bit like 38 minutes. It's not that long. And it really does, like, it's literally a dummy's guide. Like, it'll just catch you up to like 60 days of what's going on in the war. So check that out. That's going live at 4 a.m. On that channel. And obviously right now it's 3 a.m. and we've got the Larry Johnson interview. So anyone who missed the Larry Johnson interview, Give your boy some support. Watch that interview. Even if you already watched it, give your boy some support and watch that interview. Okay, so just to let you know, just to give a recap, tomorrow we're starting at 12:30. If there's a escalation, we'll start earlier. Have your notifications on and be ready. We got Pepe coming on later on. We got Anthony Aguilar and Mohammed Clare coming on later. Then we've got Scott Ritter on Tuesday and Rabbi Shmuley on Tuesday. And then what else? I think that's everything, isn't it? Check all those things out. That will be awesome. So much is happening. I was gonna do another video today about the Strait of Hormuz, and now we're gonna have all this escalation. I wish I'd got that video out. Actually, it would have been flipping the right thing. It is what it is. To do it tomorrow if we get time. Okay, guys. Much love to each and every single one of you. The tweets in the nest, the tweets in the comments. Come there, watch it. Watch the Larry Johnson interview. He literally talks about this. He talks about the fact that Trump is trying to take over the Strait of Hormuz, and he's trying to commandeer. Is it the war? Is it gonna begin? I call it the war on Strait of Hormuz begins, but let's see. Should we war on or war off? War off. It should have been war off. Anyway, much love to each and every single one of you. We will see you guys tomorrow. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate all of you. Really appreciate the support. Everyone's turning up every single day. It's day 66, and they've not impacted our endurance. They've not made us forget. For Gaza, they failed. We kept going for a very long time. But after like a year in, maybe a year and a half in, people start thinking, you know what? People start giving up. People start walking away. Let's not allow this to happen again. So much love to every single one. We still have thousands upon thousands of people who listen through the different platforms.